Goeiemôre julle. Toets 1 2, toets 1 2. Goeiemôre almal, baie welkom by die derde dag van die Teksmark. Veral vir die wat nou, ekskuus, moet ek staan? Laat ek begin deur te sê dat ons hierdie geleentheid stroom. So wanneer jy vandag saamgesels, moet jy asseblief die mikrofoon gebruik en jouself mooi laat belig. Laat ek ook in die tweede plek wil ek net sê, ek sien vir Maria daar, ek is ongelooflik bly om nie vanaand na die akademiepryse toe te gaan nie. Ek dink dis 'n paar van julle wat dit moet doen, maar dit was 'n intensiewe, wonderlike week vir die van julle wat nou eers by ons aansluit. En ek wil ook baie welkom sê namens die KKNK en Hugo Theart, die artistieke direkteur van die KKNK, baie welkom aan Maree, die minister van Kultuursake en Sport van die Wes-Kaap. Sy is so 'n groot ondersteuner van die kunste dat die mens nou al amper daar is wat ek net wil sê. Hallo Andrew, maar ons moet ongelukkig nog steeds baie amptelik bly en baie dankbaar vir daardie ondersteuning, gelukkig. Ons gaan natuurlik vanoggend dan nog 'n paar uittreksels kyk en daarna gesels ons saam. Die belangrikste ding van die Teksmark is dat julle moet saamgesels. So ons vra dat die huisligte aangaan en dan gesels jy uit die gehoor, jy vra, niks is taboe nie. En van die onderwerpe tot dusver was baie interessant. Hugo het gister opgemerk dat ons miskien 'n bietjie verby me, myself en I is en dalk na meer eksterne faktore kyk, wat ek dink fantasties is. So gebruik hierdie platform, ons kan praat oor vorm, tegniek en natuurlik ook inhoud. Dan net ook amptelik weer eens, baie dankie vir die mense wat hierdie geleentheid moontlik maak en die instansies, NATi, baie dankie, geef hulle 'n handeklap. Die Jan Maree Fonds. En natuurlik die Baxter, dis fantasties om elke dag hiernatoe te kan kom. Kan ek net sê, terwyl ek besef dit word gestroom, dit sou baie lekker gewees het om na die akademiepryse toe te gaan. Ek is ook ongelooflik dankbaar vir enige instansie, en dit is natuurlik 'n ou, baie prestigious instansie. Die eerste uittreksel is Ontbaar, deur Rademeyer, en hy het ook natuurlik die regie gedoen, en daarna gaan ons met hulle gesels. Baie dankie.
Dankie, goeiemôre almal. Dis redelik my as skrywer en regisseur is. Ek wil net 'n bietjie konteks gee, dan sal ek na die stuk 'n bietjie meer van 'n speel gee. So die stuk het ek en Emma Kotze, een van die aktrises, saam geskep. Dit is 'n soort van 'n half geskrewe teks op hierdie oomblik. En daar's 3 karakters. So Rachel en Leah. Hulle is susters. En dan is daar 'n derde karakter, Maya. Sy is Lia se kinderoppasser. Lia se man is Jan. Hy word nooit in die stuk gesien nie, maar hy speel 'n baie groot rol in die stuk. Net gou oor die stel. So dit vind plaas in Lia en Jan se huis, baie luxe huis. Wat is nie heeltemal reg gekry het vandag nie. So imagine dis 'n baie fancy kombuis, okay? So ons sien beide die kombuis en die leefkamer. Vir vandag se doeleindes het ons nou net die kombuis hierso. Die leefkamer is hier by die gang af. Maar in die regte stuk sal beide spasies tegelijkertijd sienbaar wees. Verkieslik geskei met glas of perspex mure. Om 'n idee te skep dat daar nie regte geheime tussen die karakters kan wees nie. Oor die stel verstrooi of versprei is daar dan ook jagtrofee, dierkoppe. En daar is ook kinderspeelgoed oor die hele stel verstrooi. Maar die goed was vir vandag onnodig. So, oor die karakters, hierdie toneel wat jy gaan sien is die openingstoneel met Rachel en Lia. So Maya, die kinderoppasser, sy is visible in die leefkamer, maar ons het nie vandag 'n Maya nie. Dit was nie nodig vir die uittreksel nie. Het is wel belangrik dat Maya, soos hy daar sit in die leefkamer, is 8 maande swanger, en Lia, Emma se karakter, is 4 maande swanger. Okay, dis dan praat na die tyd.
Ek kan dit nie glo nie. Ek kan dit nie fucking glo nie. Om op die fucking laaste minuut met hierdie tipe kak uit te kom. Ek sweer ek gaan haar vermoor.
Kalmeer, ja.
Kalmeer.
Ja, maak dit tee.
Jy wil hê ek moet tee maak.
Ja.
Ek moet fucking tee maak terwyl haar fucking vrou, nee, meisiekind, kom in meisiekind, moet ek my sê. Wel laat sy hoor.
Van wanneer af help het om 'n scene te maak?
Ek maak nie 'n
Jy
scene.
maak.
Sien nou kom die ouste verkak na.
Ja.
En is nog nie anyway rede om 'n scene te maak nie. Ek bedoel dis belaglik. Shakespeare self sou nie hierdie tipe kak kon uitdink nie.
Maak tee en kalmeer.
Maak tee en kalmeer. Dit sal die dag wees. Sal die dag wees wat die hel fucking oorvries as ek fucking tee maak en kalmeer.
Praat jy so vir jou kinders ook?
Wel sien jy my fucking kind.
Ek vra maar net.
Moenie stupid vrae vra nie.
As jy nie wil tee maak nie, kom sit dan net ten minste hierdie op en aflooprig in my maal maak.
Rachel, eerlikwaar. Ek is nie jou kind of jou hond of jou
Lia,
vader wat jy kan
sit! Is daar iets belangriker op jou foon? Kom ons stuur haar huis toe.
Sy bly hier. For all intents and purposes is hierdie haar huis.
For all intents and purposes. Ons stuur haar na haar ma toe. Lewe haar ma nog.
Hoe moet ek weet?
Ons moet ergens familie hê. Vriende ten minste. Weet jy wat? Ek sal vir 'n gastekamer betaal en dan sê ons sal oor 'n paar dae weer met haar praat. Ons benodig tyd om te dink.
Daar's niks om oor te dink nie.
Ja,
Dis 'n eenvoudige saak.
dit is nie.
Ons het 'n ooreenkoms gehad.
Dit sal beter wees as sy vir 'n paar dae weggaan. Dis duidelik haar teenwoordigheid ontstel jou. As sy nie is, kan ons rustig met 'n plan van aksie voor die dag kom.
Wel, my plan van aksie is om op die fucking swembad te versak.
Ja.
Ek sê maar net. Fine. Ek sal wel sê te fok of na sy die kinders gaan haal het.
Nou, hoe laat gaan dit wees?
Die tweeling het Palet en Martinique swem tot Sessie.
Kan Jan hulle nie gaan met jou?
Hy het 'n call met beleggers in Amerika of iets die vader alleen weet wat. Hy gaan eers later vanaand by die huis wees.
Jy kan hulle seker gaan haal?
Fine.
Hulle is jou dogters.
Maar wees is in all it's cracked up to be, okay? Jammer. Dis die hormone wat praat. Ek het nie gesaad op 'n fucking oog toegemaak nie. Ek weet nie wat sy wil hê nie. Dit gevoel asof sy van binne af deur my baarmoeder probeer kou.
Klink onaangenaam en onwaarskynlik sien dat sy nog die tande het.
Here, daai fase is die ergste. As jou kind eers begin tande kry, gaan jy hom wil teruggee. Jammer, dit was stupid.
Mag jy o Here die huis sê, behalwe nou?
Wel, wat Jannie weet nie, kan Jannie ontstel nie.
Dit is so die skyn en skyn heilig.
Steef.
Koei.
Okay, ek sal pas in fok of na sy die kinderse kamer opgeruim.
Dis jou huis.
Wel, ek bly jy besef dit. Maya! Jy gaan nou hier opruim en dan die meisie se kamer skoonmaak en dan vir 'n paar dae iewers anders gaan bly. Ons sal kontak maak wanneer ons besluit het wat om te doen. Maya, hoor jy my? Ek sweer ek fucking versuikel.
Ja. Asseblief.
Sê maar net.
Ek is die een wat iets het om te verloor, nie jy nie.
Want dan het jy duidelik nie geluister na wat sy gesê het.
Sy praat net, sy gaan niks doen nie.
Hoe weet jy?
Sy toets ons. En jy is besig om te dryf.
Wel,
Maar
verskoon
soos
my.
gewoonlik sal ek of Jan jou reg help.
Soos gewoonlik.
Nie nou nie.
Nee, jy kan nie sulke stront kwytraak
Dit
en verwag
het
ek
niks-
gaan nie daarop reageer
Dit
nie.
het niks beteken nie.
Wel, met jou is niks altyd iets.
Kan ons fokus, asseblief. Hierdie is presies wat sy wil hê. Ons moet nou 'n verenigde front
Dit
wees.
is nie 'n fucking oorlog nie, Rachel. Sy's 'n opportunistiese klein slet wat
Nee,
elke kans vat.
sit! Kom drink jou tee.
Wat 'n kak is dit die?
Peppermint tee is veronderstel om te help met die nare.
Dit gaan my laat kots. Is daar nie gewone tee nie?
Ja, maar dit vat te veel koffie.
Julle, dis al wat ek met my ander swangerskappe gedrink.
Omdat jy nie van beter geweet het nie. Ek het vir Maya gesê sy beter wegbly van koffie.
Ja, ons het almal al jou lys van reëls gesien. En sy hou ook nie op Mona oor nie. Peppermint hoort in kougom of tandepasta.
Ons moet besluit wat ons gaan doen.
Ek sê mos, die swembad.
Lia,
En Jan se gewere is in die kluis.
kan jy dit ernstig opneem asseblief?
Ek is ernstig.
Ons gaan niks aan haar doen nie.
Ons moet beslis iets aan haar doen.
Ons gaan iets aan haar doen, maar ons gaan haar nie fisies seermaak nie, verstaan?
Verstaan? Ek is nie 'n fucking toddler nie, Rachel.
Wel, hou dan op om jou soos een te gedra. Ons moet besluit wat jy vir Jan gaan sê.
Ek gaan nie met hom praat nie.
Hy's jou man.
Dis jou kind.
Hierdie was jou idee.
Ons het saam besluit om dit te doen.
Fine. Ons sal saam met hom praat.
Hy gaan die moeder wees. Want jy weet wat dit beteken, hè? Never mind die feit dat sy vir nog geld gaan vra en ek wil nie eers weet hoeveel nie, want sy weet hoe ons lewe, maar as hierdie hele ding, as alles wat ons gedoen het, laat doen het onnodig was.
Dit is toch klaar gedoen.
Wel, ek weet jy worry nie oor wat jy eendag by die hemelpoorte gaan sê nie, maar Jan weier om sonder my daarin te gaan. So hierdie storie, as dit alles onnodig was, as dit al so geen rede was nie, dan wat sê ek dan? Wel, as dinge reg verloop, dan justify die ends die means, jy weet, die greater good en daai tipe ding.
Ek is seker Jan kan vir Petrus EFT of Snapchat.
Jy is nie snaaks nie, Rachel.
Jy bekommer jou oor die hiernamaals. Ek wil 'n oplossing kry vir nou, hier. So ons praat vanaand met Jan dat hy môre julle prokureur in die hande kan
Ons
kry.
wil juist nie 'n prokureur betrek nie.
Ja, wel, dinge het nou effe verander en ons moet probeer uitvind hoekom. Hoekom het sy hierdie besluit geneem? As ons die motiverend agter haar besluit weet, kan ons werk om dit te verander.
Okay, Dr. Vol.
En ons moet dink oor wat die gevolge kan wees. As sy volhard en ons druk haar te veel, wat kan sy doen? As ons besluit om 'n saak te maak, wat beteken dit vir ons?
Wel nie vir ons nie. Ek en Jan gaan veel slegter hiervan uitkom as jy.
Ja, dit help nie om so daan te dink.
Dit is my huis, my familie, my kinderoppas en my man se loopbaan, my gemeenskap.
Altyd jou donder se gemeenskap.
Dit is my toekoms en my blog en al die mense wat
Net omdat
kyk na
jy
my
een keer in die huisgenoot verskyn het, beteken nie dat jy dan
nie net huisgenoot nie, leef en lig ook. En 43,000 vrouens lees my blog.
Ja, ek is nou nie seker hoe akkuraat daai syfer is.
Jy kan ook iets daar uitleer.
As ons hierdie gemors uitsorteer, beloof ek jou, ek raak 'n intekenaar. Kom, nou moet ons fokus. Ons moet dink oor watter spore ons agtergelaat het.
Waarvan praat jy?
As sy besluit om hierdie verder te vat, kan daar nie spore wees nie. Dit moet slegs ons woord teen haar wees.
Daar is nie spore nie, alles was mondelings.
Ons moet seker maak. Wat het ons vir wie gesê? Wanneer? Het ons dalk iets op WhatsApp gesê?
Ons het almal Oscar Fock en Pistorius se saak gevolg. Ons was meer diskreet.
Ons moet seker maak. Jy moet die transaksies weer nagaan.
Sy kan nie hiermee wegkom nie. Sy's 'n kind.
Ons het haar duidelik onderskat. Sy weet goed. Sy bly al hoe lank hier.
Maar wat is dit veronderstel om te beteken?
Inligting is mag, Lia. Sy weet baie meer oor ons as wat ons oor haar weet.
Ek sê nog steeds ons moet haar versyp, die oomblik as hy naalstring geknip is.
Jy dink nie sy sal verdwaal nie, as sy nou nog gaan nie.
Jy bedoel, soos wegloop.
Ja,
Ons het 'n trekker op haar voor. En sy het nêrens omheen te gaan nie.
dis my kind daar binne en haar, ek het betaal vir hom. Ek kan hom nie verloor nie.
Baie dankie Nicole, Holm en Kotze. Ontbaar. Nou nie op jou stel sit ons moet seker verbyde. Ja, dan sit ek.
Ja.
So dis 'n baie aktuele onderwerp. Dis 'n interessante onderwerp want daar lyk my is geen reëls nie. En dis ook interessant dat die Bybelse verwysings inkom, want deesdae sit jy met die moderne gegewe waar jy, soos hulle sê, kinders kan engineer, nê. En wat is dan nou eties reg en wat is nie? En dan hierdie hele ding dat die surrogaat uiteindelik soos 'n voorwerp behandel word.
Ja, obviously die Bybelse gegewe wat in 'n hedendaagse konteks plaas, om het absurd te laat lyk. En dit gaan eintlik, en dit is maar 'n magspel tussen hierdie drie vroue. Ons sien nou nie vir Maya nie, maar sy speel 'n baie belangrike rol. En sy is nie net, sy is 'n slagoffer in vergelyking met hierdie twee, maar die drie van hulle manipuleer mekaar nog baie. Ek het moontlik ook te veel Handmaid's Tale gekyk. Toe ons hierdie stuk begin ontwikkel het. Ja, en wat belangrik is vir my ook is dis baie spesifiek geplaas in 'n Afrikaner konteks, patriargale is of 'n Christelik nasionale konteks. Bietjie tongenetjies na tipe van sogenaamde Christene wat hulle geloof en hulle waardes uitbasyn. En baie glo in hulle eie heiligheid. Maar dan gebeur allerhande ander goed agter geslote deure.
En dan moet ten alle koste 'n kerngesin bou.
Presies, so jy weet, dit kyk na wat is die kerngesin en die doel van die kerngesin. Rachel sou kon aanneem, en dit is iets wat hulle voor die stuk dalk oor gepraat het. Maar die eintlike doel is Lia, die jonger suster, stel voor, kom ons gebruik vir Maya as 'n surrogaat, want sy wil eintlik vir haar man 'n seun gee. Want hy gaan nie ophou met haar tot hy 'n seun het. Jan.
Maar nou
Lia, sy 3 dogters, sy het nog 'n 4de enetjie op pad. So sy besluit dit is 'n moontlike manier om 'n seun in die familie te kry. Ja.
Maar Philip dan ruil sy die kind wat sy nou mee swanger is met die seun. Hoe werk dit?
Nee, want Rachel gaan die kind aanneem, so dit is 'n seun in die familie daarom, al is dit nie, dit is biologies Jansen, wat hy impregnate vir Maya.
Miskien is dit 'n goeie ding om net gou te stop en verduidelik gou vir ons wat gebeur net voor hierdie scene.
Okay, so Rachel is bietjie ouer, sy het 'n werksmislukking, sy besluit sy wil nou 'n kind hê, maar sy is nie meer biologies daartoe in staat nie. sy nader Lia en Lia kom met die idee vorendag. Okay, wel, kom ons vra vir Maya om 'n surrogaat te wees. Maya is baie naby aan Lia en Jan. Sy bly in die huis. Sy ken Lia se kinders beter as wat Lia hulle self ken. En hulle kom dan met hierdie komplot op dat Maya vir Jan verlei op sy wildsplaas. En dan net voor die toneel, 8 maande swanger, sê Maya vir hulle, by the way, ek wil eintlik 'n kind hou, want is myne biologies en ons het nie ooreenkoms gehad nie. Dis hulle freak out. Hulle vertel eintlik vir Jan, hy vervloek hulle. Hulle is baie...
Maar in geval vir die verleiding,
Wel, dit kom uiteindelik uit dat Maya het kop uitgetrek. Sy wou nie daarmee deurgaan nie. Jan het haar verkragt, essentially. Die uiteinde van die stuk, Maya besef hierdie mense is so corrupted deur geld en mag. Lia en Rachel, daar's baie self-righteousness en hulle sien haar as 'n voorwerp. Sy besluit, ek kan nie dat my kind groot word in hierdie amorele gesin nie. So sy neem haar eie lewe, sowel as dan die babatjie wat in haar is. Sy word in 'n hoek gedruk, sy word gedreig. Sy blackmail hulle ook, dit is van die intriges wat gebeur. Maar dit is die uiteinde van die saak, ja. Ek dink dit is belangrik.
ja, dat is belangrik. Maar uiteindelik dan nou die aktuele kommentaar het ons nou eintlik gecover, nee, dit is die hele ding van vrugbaarheid en surrogaatskap en soos ek sê, wat 'n baie interessante tema is. Maar dan dink ek tog ons moet praat oor die teksstyl of die formaat van die toneelstuk, want hierdie klink Shakespearean Bybels en so aan. So jy gaan, daar gaan geen perke wees op die drama nie.
Nee, die gehoor moet nou maar take it for what it is. Jy weet, dit kom uit daai gegewe wat groot is en wat dramaties is. Ons plaas vir Jan en Lia ook, jy weet, hulle is baie gesiene lede van die gemeenskap en die gemeente. So dit word in daai wêreld geplaas. Hulle sien ook die kind wat Maya dan uiteindelik baar as 'n geskenk van God. Wat Rachel se leeddraak gesien het. So daai
maar die kind gaan dood, né?
Die kind gaan eventually dood, ja. En dit gaan baie oor mag, obviously, en die feit dat mag nie net in die politieke sektor gebeur of in boardrooms nie, maar dit gebeur in ons huise, dit word uitgeoefen op mense. Mense wat veronderstel is om lief te wees vir mekaar, oefen dit op mekaar uit. En dit gaan ook hopelik, al sien mens Jan nooit nie, dat hy eintlik die probleem is. As hy hierdie 3 vrouens se lewens manipuleer en dat sy geluk en sy aansien die belangrikste ding bly. Ja.
Rachel is baie interessant. Sy hou sy haar integriteit dwarsdeur. Probeer sy.
Sy probeer maar nie. Ek dink daar kom 'n desperaatheid in al die karakters in. Daar's 'n ander toneel wat sy praat oor hoekom sy nie destyds kinders wou gehad het nie. En dit is nie net so eenvoudig soos ek wou 'n loopbaan gehad het nie. Daar's issues wat sy het met haar eie ma en haar siening van moederskap. Maar nou is sy op 'n punt wat sy dink ek kan dit doen. En soos dit geleidelik duidelik word dat Maya moontlik hierdie kind gaan vat, word sy meer en meer desperaat ook. Ek hoop wat die teks doen, en dit is nog nie klaar geskryf nie, en dit is nog steeds baie eerste draft, is dat nie een van die 3 vroue noodwendig reg of verkeerd is nie. Maar dat die stuk nie antwoorde gee nie, maar die stuk se antwoord is dat sy haarself moet doodmaak om uit die situasie te kom. Wat obviously nie baie praktiese antwoord is nie, maar dat die stuk vra oor wie se siening is reg, hoe ver kan mens gaan, daai tipe van goed. Ek dink vir my die kommentaar van die stuk is dat mag en geld kan selfs die beste intentions verwring. Dit is die wat onder dit lê, ja.
Ek wil nou vir die gehoor oopmaak, maar ek wil iets wat vir my interessant is die koersagtige vashou aan genetika. So hoekom Jan se gene? I mean, en is hy regtig 'n surrogaat as dit 'n aanneemkind is? Want daar's uiteindelik niks van Rachel regtig in die kind nie. Behalwe as, jy weet, so dis alles Jan.
Ja.
En is sy gene vir haar so goed dat sy daarmee gaan? I mean,
Ek weet nie of die gene noodwendig vir Rachel die grootste issue is. En ek dink dit is deel van Lea se manipulasie. Dat die gene nie buite sy genepool, die baba nie buite sy genepool gebore word nie. Daar is soort van 'n onderliggende suiwerheid ding. En Lea en Jan, hierdie power couple.
building an empire.
Ja, presies. Gebaseer op die goed wat baie wankerig is. Ja. So ek dink nie dit was noodwendig belangrik vir Rachel nie. But it got to a point, en daai fynere details nog nie heeltemal uitgewerk nie, dit is die eerste draft, dat dit nou die mees logiese opsie gelyk het. En om dit intern te hou, binne die huis te hou, dis niemand anders se saak nie. We're dealing with this inside of these 4 glass walls, ja.
Ek is seker julle het baie vrae en kommentaar. Kan ons die huisligte aankry asseblief? Of is dit aan?
Hallo Val. Ek is nou net baie nuuskierig en ek weet dit is baie onregverdig wat ek nou gaan vra. Maar ek dink dit is tweeledig. Die hele tyd wat ek gekyk het ek gedink Maya is dalk 'n persoon van kleur, maar nou dat ek luister wonder ek, is sy? Want as dit gaan oor 'n gene en dalk weet jy nie, maar ek dink dit gaan verander. Natuurlik gaan dit verander. So het jy 'n impuls wie Maya is, en dan die tweede vraag is, het jy 'n impuls oor wat die finale beeld is wat ons sien? Eindig dit met die beeld van Maya wat sterf, of gaan ons terug na Rachel en Lea toe? En wat is daai finale beeld? En waar sien ons hulle aan die einde?
Die finale toneel is reeds geskryf. Ek sal nou terugkom na Maya toe. Sy skiet haarself, hulle berei voor vir Lea se tweeling se verjaardagpartytjie. So daar's die toneel het 'n koek en dan val die koek en dan probeer hulle die koek weer reg te maak. Sy skiet haarself, Lea en Rachel, dis nou 1/2 voor al die kindertjies kom. Besluit ons moet hier opruim, ons moet haar verwyder, ek gaan 'n nuwe koek gaan koop, ons moet alles skoon hou sodat die partytjie kan voortgaan. So that's how it ends. In terme van Maya, toe ek het oorspronklik geskryf het, definitief het Afrikaner, toe ek en Emma die stuk in 2021 ontwikkel, het ek bietjie daarin geskryf, ek het nou hiervoor inskryf, toe vra ek self daai vraag vir my. Because it verander obviously baie wat mense sê, jy weet, daar's 'n indien Maya brein is daar 'n ander magsvergryp wat gebeur natuurlik. Sal Jan in terme van die suiwerheid van gene nee, moontlik is daar iets van Rachel wat dan druk as 'n tipe van white savior tipe, so daar's baie goed om aan te dink en om mee te speel. Dit is oorspronklik geskryf as 3 wit vroue, veral ek dink om die magspel binne 'n Afrikaner konteks te hou. Dis baie ding van ons mense. Maar ek is ook vir kommentaar daarvoor. Ek het gedog dit stil is vandag, ek in elk geval die vraag vir myself, because I'm thinking about it, ja.
Sou Rachel nie wou gehad het mens moet dink sy eie kind nie?
Moontlik, ja. Jy vra baie vrae Rachel, wat ek dink ek nog
Nee, maar
nie
dit is interessant, nee, is of die white savior,
Ja.
of is dit jou eie kind? En daar is twee baie verskillende tipe Suid-Afrikaners.
Ja. Die White Savior is 'n baie publieke performance. So ek dink
Maar om
dit hang af van
om
hoe
jou
hy
eie kind te
karakter
hê. Dis 'n baie, dis die tema van die dag. Is daar nog enige vrae en kommentaar?
Goeiedag. Dit is ek is 'n mediese wetenskaplike, so dit is vir my bietjie uit my veld uit, maar dit is baie interessant. Ek wil graag vra oor die geslag van die kind. So ek is 'n embrioloog wat vir mense help om kinders te kry. So die gebruik van die surrogaat en die geslag, en jy weet nie eintlik wat se geslag voor die tyd nie. En of hulle pre-implantation genetic diagnosis doen en of hulle saam met die persoon wat nou swanger is na die dokter toe gaan en die stres en die gevolge en wat daar gebeur en dan ook natuurlik die reg van die kind. Wat dan alles saam speel daarmee.
So die idee is dat hulle vir 8 maande vir Maya heeltemal op die hande gedraai het. Hulle moes haar beskerm om die kind te beskerm. Die geslag van Maya se kind, dit is 'n seentjie. Maar they've taken care of her om seker te maak dat die kind word gesond gebore. So ek weet nie of ek jou vraag of
Hulle gaan eers dit weet dat die geslag is as hulle gegaan het vir toetsing.
ja, so sy's 8 maande swanger, so hulle was deel van daai proses die hele tyd. Rachel was deel van die proses. En ek dink dit het gelyk of dit amicable is en almal het ooreengestem daartoe. Maar dis op die einde, weet Maya bly in die huis, sy sien wat se tipe mense hulle is en dit is waar haar weerstand vandaan kom. Sy wil nie haar kind moet groot word in hierdie tipe omstandighede nie.
Is die ander al dogters?
Ja, so die tweeling en Martinique is dogters en dan Leah is 4 of 5 maande swanger, dit is ook 'n dogter, ja.
En dan is ons baie dat die een eintlik 'n dogter sou gewees het. Maar die geslag van die kind word bepaal deur die man.
Ja. Ek het nie daaraan gedink. Dis 'n baie appointed besluit om die ene seentjie te maak, ja.
Miskien kan ons vir jou vra of jy saamstem dat hierdie tema baie aktueel is. Jy sien waarskynlik baie mense wat na jou toe kom en hoe lyk die landskap?
Ja, ek dink jy weet ek kom van Gauteng, so ons populasie is bietjie anders vir daar. Maar oor die algemeen is die basiese behoefte om 'n biologiese kind te wil hê en ek sou meer gaan vir die surrogaat se empatie wat daar is om dan eintlik verkragt te word en nou moet jy jou kind afstaan in so 'n situasie. So die ouerskap word baie keer gebalanseer deur die pa en die ma of die twee partners wat dan daar is. So dit is 'n moeilike besluit want jy loop 'n lang pad as mense nie kan kinders hê nie. Obviously is hierdie mense baie vrugbaar. So dit is so hulle het nie 'n probleem daarmee nie, maar hulle gaan eers uitvind of dit 'n seentjie is nadat daar 'n tyd verloop het. So wat het gebeur in die tyd wat hulle nie geweet het wat is die geslag van die kind.
Ek dink nie vir Rachel wie se kind dit eintlik was. Sy gee nie om by die geslag van die kind is nie. Ek dink daar was 'n ulterior motive gewees van Leah wat nie noodwendig as 'n kind gebore is ek weet nie hoe om dit te stel nie. Maar vir Rachel wie se kind dit eintlik is, sy het nie omgegee by die geslag is nie. Ja. En ek dink natuurlik is Maya die slagoffer in die verhaal. Ek moet dit net regstel, ek het nou net gesê, jy weet nie wie se kant om te kies nie. She's obviously the victim, the biggest victim in the end. Ek dink voor mens weet wat gebeur het, want wat met haar gebeur het, word dus heel aan die einde onthul. Verstaan mens nie haar motivering nie, en sy dreig hulle ook en blackmail hulle, and she steps up, sy laat nie hulle geld en hulle aansien haar keer nie. Natuurlijk is daai 'n groot draaipunt dan, wat mense ook besef, these are terrible fucking people. So yes, ek hoop jy stem heeltemal saam met haar in die einde.
Ons moet ongelukkig aanbeweeg, is baie interessant. Vir hulle baie dankie. Is daar nog 'n laaste kommentaar, 1 of 2? Ja, 43.000 volgelingen.
Almal ken daai tipe mense, ons weet wie se nie.
Maar ek hou daarvan, dit klink ook Bybels.
Hi Philip, ek het eintlik heel wat vrae, maar ek gaan my belangrikste vraagie vra net oor ons tyd limit het. Eerstens, dit is eerlikwaar, dit is vir my baie moeilik om te verteer hierdie blad. Dit is vir my regtig net moeilik om te verteer. Nie oor 'n morele iets so seer nie, maar meer oor 'n bietjie meer weldeurdagte interaksie die feit dat die suggestie van Lia afkom dat haar kinderoppasser haar man verlei om haar suster 'n kind te, you know, it's just really too much for me. Maar dit is net vir my persoonlik. Ek dink daar's ander mense wat ander elemente sien en dit waardeer, maar net van my kant af. En ek kan, as ons miskien eers kan 'n ander gesprek hê, sal dit cool wees, maar die vraag wat ek nou op hierdie platform wil vra is, wat is jou rede om nie vir Jan te wys nie, as 'n karakter nie? Dis eintlik my grootste vraag, want hy is eintlik die missing link hierso, en die grootste culprit, and he gets away scot-free, en dis 'n probleem vir my. So, wat is jou motivering om vir Jan as 'n karakter uit te los?
Dit is juist dit, that he gets off scot-free. Dat hy agter die skerms is sy lewe die belangrikste. Daar is ek wou nie daar gehad het nie. Ek wou dat dit lyk asof die vroue mekaar manipuleer. Maar dit is eintlik sy besluite wat hulle dryf. Dat hy hierdie onsigbare hand is wat dinge stuur. So dit was ek het ook 'n ding om nie paas te wys. Dit is altyd teenwoordig in my stukke, maar dit word baie min gesien. Maar dit was die rede, hy sê die onsigbare hand van mag en geld en beheer. En hy hoef nie om verskoning te maak, en hy hoef homself nie te justify nie, want hy het die mag en hy het die geld. Dis daai ekstreem wat hy verteenwoordig. Ek verstaan die gegewe van die stuk is baie ekstreem, it is what it is, ja.
Okay, ek dink net jy mis uit op great theatrical tension en 'n bietjie van 'n perspektief wat die ander goed 'n bietjie meer verteerbaar sal maak, you know. Hy hoef nie homself te justify of verdedig, hy kan wys wat 'n vark hy is. He doesn't have to be nice or kind. Maar ek dink jy moet brei wees en hom wys en kyk net wat gebeur. Al is dit net as 'n oefening as 'n skrywer om te kyk as jy hom in 'n toneel sit met een van die ander, wat sou Jan sê? Al besluit jy gaan hom nie insit aan die einde nie, and there's merit in that too, because jy stuur 'n boodskap, maar ek mis dit as ek dit lees of as ek dit sien. So miskien kan jy dit oorweeg.
Ja, ek dink daar's baie tonele wat dan gebeur na hulle met hom gepraat het. So as 'n skryf, as 'n oefening is dit goed om dit ook uit te skryf in elk geval. Ek is nie glad nie teen die idee nie. Moet daaraan dink. Cool, baie dankie, ja.
Dankie Philip Rademeyer, baie dankie. Volgende is dit Mahlomola, A Lockdown, an unspoken story of COVID-19 deur Ngwako, Maifala.
name is Ngwako Collins Maifala. I am the writer of Mahlomola, a lockdown, an unspoken story of COVID-19. Firstly, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of the project for having me over here. It's an honor and a privilege for me to be a part of this huge project. I also want to take this chance to thank my team, Kayla, the director, and Katleo, and Graham as well. And most importantly, I want to thank you, the audience, for being here today. I got quite a few things to say, so I noted them down. So I'm just going to read from this. I hope you don't mind. Firstly, Mahlomola is a noun, a Sotho noun, which means tragedy in English. Therefore, Mahlomola, a lockdown, simply translates to a tragedy of lockdown. So, centered around the themes of gender-based violence and femicide, Mahlomola, a lockdown, an unspoken story of COVID-19, is a tragic play set against the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic in South Africa. Throughout the pandemic, every evening we received statistics from the National Department of Health about how many people had lost their lives directly from COVID-19. However, no statistics were given about how many people had died indirectly from the virus. When the coronavirus speedily found solace in our country, various lockdowns were implemented as a precautionary measure. Although this move was intended to cap the spread of the virus and save people's lives, ironically, it brought about an equal source of death and suffering among our people, particularly women and children. It was during these lockdowns that cases of gender-based violence and femicide surged tremendously. And this is largely because during lockdown, many husbands and wives, boyfriends and girlfriends, were forced to shelter together for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it was during these times of lockdown that many women and children died at the hands of their husbands or boyfriends and fathers respectively. The alarming rate of these barbaric killings even led to the president of the country, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, pronouncing GBV as a second pandemic in the country. However, even this move proved to be nothing but a fact in a whirlwind as cases of GBV and femicide continued to shoot up relentlessly. So the play, Mahlomola Lockdown, came to be as a consequence of this plight and aims to uncover this rather unspoken side of the COVID-19 pandemic. The play brings to light this tragedy that women and children faced behind closed doors and in silence during the pandemic. Mahlomola Lockdown is not entirely a work of fiction. Mahlomola Lockdown is someone's reality, someone's true story. So I wrote this play because I believe that it resonates with many ordinary South Africans, women and children in particular, more especially those living in townships and villages whose voices are oftentimes unheard, if never heard at all. So with this story, I aim to reach out to and sympathize with them. I aim to sympathize with the families of every woman and child who died as a result of GBV or femicide during the COVID-19 lockdowns in South Africa. I also aim to sympathize with every woman and every child who is going through this horrible experience today. So with this play, I hope to give all of them a voice. I want to let them know that their stories matter too. I want to encourage them to speak out against their abusers, to know that they are not alone, and to know that there is help for them out there. So Mahlomola Lockdown takes place inside an interrogation room in a police station somewhere in South Africa. The play follows an account by a 13-year-old boy, Mahlomola Tau, who, together with his mother and sister, has been abused for the longest of time by his father. When he lost his job, owing to the COVID-19 lockdown regulations, Mahlomola's father resorted to drinking alcohol excessively, which led to him tormenting his wife and children. So when this ill treatment continued, 13-year-old Mahlomola ultimately decided to stand up to his father in the harshest way imaginable for a 13-year-old boy. And after this retaliation from Mahlomola, the boy was arrested and then interrogated about his actions. So in the excerpt you are about to witness, there are two characters, that is Mahlomola and detective, the detective, who is Detective Modise. And if I may just mention that since I submitted this text proposal to Teksmark, I have since worked on it and completed it, so the play is now a full-fledged script. I hope you enjoy the excerpt. Thank you very much.
Would you, officer, answer me?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't kill a man. I wouldn't kill a man just because he has killed my mother and my sister. I wouldn't let that man do unto my mother and my sister that which I wouldn't do unto him. I wouldn't do that, Mahlomola. I would not do that.
But it was self-defense. I am nothing like that evil man.
And how was it self-defense? Please indulge me. It was your mother and your sister who were being attacked, not you. So how could that possibly be self-defense?
I was protecting my family who were in danger and vulnerable, officer. I once learned in school that also constitutes self-defense. Doesn't it? You're a man of the law, you ought to know these things.
Well, I may be a man of law, Mahlomola, of course, but I'm no judge. Nor is it my primary job to decide which action constitutes which law. However, if you are seeking my opinion, I think that you could have simply run outside and called out for help instead of taking the law into your own hands. I think you had that option, or didn't you? Or better yet, you could have gone to the police when the alleged abuse first began, or even when it persisted. You were not forced to attack your father, not at all.
No, officer, I was forced. I was forced by circumstances to defend my family. One more second, and who knows? My mother could have died there. I couldn't take that chance. I couldn't let it happen. And I'll say this over and over again. It was self-defense. I was defending my mama and baby sister.
Self-defense is a very complicated phenomenon to prove, Mahlomola. You don't just decide to stab or shoot another human being and then call it self-defense. It doesn't work that way. Huh? There are extremely strict grounds to which a case must adhere before it can be considered a matter of self-defense. And in your case, young man, the judge may not agree with you. The judge may rule that your act was premeditated after all.
What? Are you implying that I planned to stab my papa? Are you calling me a criminal officer? I don't believe this.
No. Nobody's calling anybody a criminal here. But as your statement alleges, right? Your father had been abusing you and your family for quite a while. But you did not do anything about it until today. Why? Could it be because all this time you had been plotting this stabbing plan of yours that you finally executed this morning? Could it be that your hands had been itching? You see, these are the questions that the judge may ponder through, Mahlomola, and you must admit that it does look a little bit suspicious.
Well, this is bullshit! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't plan to stab that man. I didn't mean to stab my papa.
Look, all I'm saying is that the law may not agree with you. That's all. The judge may not rule in your favor.
I think the judge and the law would be unfair to me. I couldn't just sit back and watch my mama and baby sister part with their lives.
Well, who said that the law was fair? Anyway, tell me this. Do you feel any remorse for what happened? The stabbing, of course.
No.
You don't?
I don't.
Not at all?
Not at all. Why should I?
Why shouldn't you? You could have killed another person this morning. A whole human being, my friend.
Well, it was either that or that same whole human being you're referring to could have killed my mother. I did what I had to do. I had to protect my family against that evil man's misuse of his masculinity. I don't feel sorry for him.
Well, the law shall decide whether your actions constituted self-defense or not. As for me, as I've said, I'm no judge. But for your sake, young man, your father had better live. You must pray for it. The last thing that you need is to be charged with murder. First-degree murder.
Thank you, Graham Watson and Rafiek Mammon. The directing was done by Kayla van der Merwe. The directing was done by... Is she here? She's here. Right. Let's try and walk a bit. Talking about naming, big thing in South Africa. He said his name is Collins as well, and I wanted to know about that. So we go with Ngwako.
Yes.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right, Ngwako and Kayla, thank you so much. It's an extremely important topic, and I think everybody here is very, very impressed and proud that you are taking it on. So give him another round of applause. We had a discussion about COVID yesterday and about the fact that it's recent and it's raw. But the timing to start discussing these things is absolutely urgent, especially GBV. And I heard in your intro that the frustration around the fact that nothing's really shifting in the country is driving us all up the walls. And what I like with what you did is that the collateral damage now has gone to the children, and the fact that they are now trying to be the protectors. And to me that is a tragedy in itself as well. Do you want to comment on how you came about the story? Like you said it happened to someone. So will you tell us a little bit more about that?
Thank you, ma'am. Well, like I said, this play that I've worked on is not entirely fiction. These are some of the things that I personally experienced, but that was a long time ago. As a young person, then you don't take these things to heart. It's only when you grow, when you start learning things, that you actually realize that, hang on, I actually went through this experience. So yeah, I've had an experience which I don't want to go much into, where there was an abuse happening and where there were children involved as well. And growing up to experience COVID-19, to experience what was happening on the other side of COVID-19, while everybody was focused on the virus, it kind of triggered, what happened in the past in me and made me want to speak out. And I thought, what better way to do that than to use my pen? So I decided to just put something down. So yeah.
What I find hair-raising is that I read a few scripts for another project about 2 weeks ago, and I read the same story in Afrikaans in another town. So it seems like, it is something that we are going to have to talk about, because it seems like in the past 3 years, this kind of incident has happened quite a lot. The interrogator, would he be that patriarchal, or would he be a little bit more sympathetic, or is that also based in the truth?
No, there's no truth in the interrogator's role. So it's a matter of sympathy. So in my mind, at the back of my mind, when I was writing the story, how I came up with the character of the interrogator, it was more of him being sorry for the child than him actually wanting to interrogate him. But there's a part in the story, it's not part of this, where he was actually, putting the boy to calm, explaining to him that he must not look at this as an interrogation, but rather as just an interview, because he wanted to gather more evidence to charge the father as opposed to more evidence to charge him. So I think he was more sympathetic to the boy than anything else.
Kayla, would you like to comment on that? Because I didn't find him very sympathetic.
So I think what I did directorially with the physical theatre, or the movement parts, and then the dialogue, is I think that on the detective himself there's also pressure if you look at lockdown and just workload and stuff like that. And then that's why with the physical theatre I wanted to show more of the humanity and the strain and the pressure for duty and what needs to be done, and then him having to get his job done, because that's probably not the only interrogation that he has to do in the day or in the week. And so with the physical theatre I wanted to show the responsibility and the duty, and how he's fighting that thing of maybe he has a family of his own, or he has a son, and he sees that in Mahlomola, but he also has a job that has to be done, and so that kind of conflict that he has within himself.
Okay, so that the ambiguity, the conflict, the ambivalence that has to read, right? That it's what to do as a police officer, but then also have sympathy, etc. I think it's quite a comment on the police force And I'm wondering what the role was, whether you know with your research. What was the role? Are there instances in COVID-19 in lockdown where police officers had to go beyond the call of duty with regards to GBV? Do you know of stories like that?
No, not personally, no.
I think that might be quite interesting because they get painted in such a bad light. Can I open the floor for commentary? Because I'm glad you commented on the physical theatre as well. I was wondering about that. The name, Mahlomola, so his name is also Mahlomola.
Yes.
So it means tragedy.
Yes.
That's very strong.
I also understand that, but how I read that was that the policeman was trying to interrogate the child, looking at the future, that he would, he was trying to say to the child, you can't just say that he was sort of preparing you for what would happen to you. So I saw him as, yes, as you say, sort of, but sympathetic to the child because he was guiding the child in the way of saying, this is not how you can be. That's how I read it.
Okay.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. Yeah.
Thank you, hello. Just a question out of curiosity. What happens to the father in the end, and how is that navigated within the relationship between the two men? Okay.
So what happens in the end is that the father is caught. He's arrested. He goes to jail. But that's towards the end of the play. So there's a second part of the story that I'm planning to write, probably in a court session where the father is going to give his side of the story. But with regards to this current play that I say I've just finished, it was just the interrogation, and towards the end of the play, Mahlomola, while he's still in the interrogation room, actually receives news from the hospital where his mother and his little sister were taken this morning when they arrested his father, to say this is the situation with your family in hospital. So with regards to the father, in this script, he's just arrested, nothing else about him, just arrested. He has no voice. He'll only have a voice in the next part of the script that I'm going to write. Like I said, probably in a court session where he has to give his side of the story.
The mother and daughter, do they survive?
Like I've said, the news come to Mahlomola while he's still being interrogated to say, here's the situation about your mother. So the mother is severely injured, fighting for her life in a hospital, and the daughter, the little sister of Mahlomola, well, unfortunately, because she was too young, couldn't handle the pain, and she succumbed. Like I said, it's a tragic play. So these are things that happened. These are the things that happened. They're not comfortable, to talk about. But at the end of the day, they have to be acknowledged. They did happen. Yes, they were overlooked because everybody was just focused on the virus and what it was doing. But on the other side of the pandemic, a lot of things were happening that we're not paying attention to. So we have to tell these stories as uncomfortable as they are, so we can encourage people to come out and speak out about this kind of thing.
Yes, no, that's very powerful. Kayla, speaking of which, the research that you did, with regards to GBV and the play, how was that process?
So I basically just went off of the script Lisa and I sent me Ngwako's script. Also, it was just important that I wanted to highlight what he wrote, and I didn't, because there's so many statistics out there, and I didn't want to cloud my brain with too many with too much information. Also, just time-wise, I didn't have a lot of time to create So yeah, I only worked off of the script.
So was the script very, as a director that then receives a script like this, and I'm sure that you're also very close to the subject in any way, as a South African, was it clear what he wanted?
Yes, it was also, it was very easy to work from just the script, and I think that's why I only worked off of the script, because it was so like, he described beautifully like how everything is set out, how the characters move, and that's also why it was easy to then incorporate the physical theatre parts, because in the text itself, there's no physical theatre parts. I just took liberty on that. But it was very easy to create those pieces because of how beautifully he described the setting and the scene, etc. Yeah.
Last comment, Adolfo.
Hi, it was a beautiful exit, and I think it's definitely a theme that is not spoken enough about, specifically in theatre, which is fantastic. I would like to know, because I spoke to you earlier and you said it's your first play that you are writing. Coming from the narrative structure of the narrative storytelling in prose, right? How, like, are you open to hearing how the actors and how they perceive the characters speaking wise? Because like Kayla said, as a director, it's fantastic to have descriptions, but as an actor, sometimes maybe it doesn't flow on the tongue as easily as it would a normal person. Because the character, I know you said is 13 years old, but some of the language that he uses seems to be a little, in my opinion, I don't speak to a lot of 13-year-old boys, but seems to be very intellectual, like higher intellect. And I wonder if that is something that you are willing to look at and do more as you go through and write more plays, because I really hope that you do.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Look, sometimes life forces us to skip certain stages. It forces us to grow faster than we should. I think the circumstances around what was happening at Mahlomola's family, or in Mahlomola's family, kind of forced him to become somebody who's way older than he is. It was either that, or he allowed his mother to be killed in front of him. So sometimes when these things happen in front of you and you know you don't have another father figure to come and defend you, you kind of step in yourself and say, I am going to do. So the language, probably he wanted to match his father in terms of everything. So I think the circumstances forced him to grow, which is why he was using the language that he used. But to answer the other part of your question, yes, I am not very strict in terms of, well, I'm not a director, I write. So what the director does, what the actors do, it is up to them. I don't get involved. So my job is to write, give my script to the director will work with the actors, whatever they produce is okay. Like Kayla said, in the original script there was no physical theater, and I must say that I was also taken by surprise when I saw it over here, because we never really had much time to speak, Kayla and I. So I write, she directs, they act. That's just how it is.
Thank you, Ngwako, Collins, and then Kayla van der Merwe. Thank you so much. Volgende praat gou weer deur Kanja Viljoen.
Môre almal, good morning. Okay, ek moet voorstaan. I wish I was more of a comedic writer, because I feel like it's been quite a heavy morning. And I wish I could offer you something slightly lighter. So I apologize in advance, because it's another heavy subject matter you're about to witness. Maar ek gaan nou vir jou present. At the beginning of this year, I stumbled upon a New York Post article that shared a report about online sexual abuse of children, and the fact that 1 in 6 children will experience some form of sexual interaction online by the time that they're 18. And some of the statistics of the report included that 40% of 9 to 14-year-old children have reported chatting to someone online with strangers. 53% of children have given their cell phone numbers to a stranger. 11% of them have met with a stranger. 90% of the internet predators were unknown to their victims. What really stuck with me was that in 2021 alone, 252,000 websites existed containing images or videos of children in sexually compromised positions. And what was really interesting was that this saw a 168% increase in self-generated content, which means that in some way this sexual predator had managed to get this child to create the content themselves. And I remember reading this and thinking to myself that this underbelly of chat rooms and DMs and online video calls and breadcrumbing is a world we often don't think of or want to think of as being able to reach towards children or young adults. But it does, and it reaches towards them more often than we think it does. Moreover, our world is inhabited by this technology, by this virtual online space that provides information in a blink of an eye, that allows us to reach and communicate on various platforms simultaneously. It's technology that connects, that entertains, that keeps presenting as progress and sophistication and the next step that humanity needs to take in moving towards the future. And it's addictive. It's designed to be addictive. We have online games that last for hours and months on end. We scroll and post and paste. We need to keep checking in and updating, and we need to make sure our presence is felt in this virtual parallel that we call our lives. And it's from these thoughts that Praat, Weer was written. And the play follows 2 teenage friends who stand on the verge of becoming adults. And one of these boys, Daniel, has started to discover the thrill of engaging with older men online because he's bored. And the play explores these moments just before and just after Daniel has met with this older man called Wynand. The play remains purposely vague about what happens when he meets with this man. But it does beg the question, who is responsible for this engagement? There is a complete first draft written of the play, but I feel very strongly that it is very much a first draft. It is a skeleton of a play. There's quite a strong impulse that it needs to grow and get a lot more meat on its bones. And so I'm hoping that if there's the opportunity for the play to be picked up, that there will be many more drafts of the play for it to develop. It has 3 characters, so it has the 2 teenage boys, Daniel and Kayla, and it has the older man, Wynand. There's also currently quite an impulse to write a mother character of one of the boys, and that's been floating in my mind. The text strongly encourages a minimal design because it moves from space to space. So sometimes we're in a virtual world, sometimes we're in an online game, sometimes we're at a school ground, and sometimes we're in these 2 boys' bedrooms. And I believe this can be a truly wonderful text for designers and directors alike, as nothing is explicit and everything is implied. The extract you are about to see is the first couple of scenes of the play, as well as about the midpoint of the play where things start to heat up a bit. I really hope this extract gives you a sense of what I wanted to do with the play, which is to really just openly pose questions around our generation, caught in a virtual world, a generation constantly obsessing over exerting control, a generation torn between staying anonymous and making sure we are known, a generation relentlessly chasing a destination despite the personal cost it holds. Thank you.
Praat, weer, Deur for you. Welkom by Chatakort Daniel 3, 432. Kies asseblief die chatroom wat jy wil gebruik. Die chatroom is vir publieke toegang. Deur die gebruik van Chatakort verbind jy jouself aan die gebruiksvoorwaardes, insluitend dat jy toegang tot en gebruik van die webblad op jou eie risiko geneem word, dat dit jou eie plig is om enige aanstootlike of onvanpaste materiaal aan te gee en dat jy nie die webblad verantwoordelik kan hou nie. Stem jy saam?
17, manlik, stem saam.
Dankie. Jy het 'n boodskap. Jy het 'n boodskap van. Jy het 6 nuwe boodskappe van. Wynand sê 72 is aanlyn.
Hi. Hi.
So,
hi oom.
Hoe gaan dit?
Goed. Met oom?
Goed. Ons bly ons kan weer gesels. Speel jy rugby? By die skool?
Nee. Nie eintlik nie.
Vat jou pa jou dan nie na die wedstryde toe nie? Wat van Nieuweland? Ja, hulle wedstryd daar gaan kyk.
Hy's nie baie hier nie.
Is jammer. Mis jy hom?
Nee, nie regtig nie.
Ek sal jou eendag neem. As jy wil.
Thanks.
Hoe gaan dit by die skool?
Ek haat dit.
Hoekom? Hoekom is jy so laat wakker?
Hoekom is jy so laat wakker?
Kan jy die maan sien?
Soos nou?
Ja.
Ja.
Wat 'n vorm is dit?
Halfmaan.
Is lekker dat ons albei na die maan kan kyk. Saam.
Weirdo. Dit is seker lekker, ja. Ek is besig met huiswerk, ma. Hi. Hallo?
Wynand sê 72 is van die lyn af. Wil jy 'n boodskap los? Is jy seker jy wil ons groet? Dankie. Praat gou weer. DM aan Daniel Meyer, wie span?
Daniel, ek weet jy het gesê ek moenie uit vir die maar ek het net so 'n klein bietjie uit en ek weet jy het gesê jy gaan nie eintlik na hom toe gaan nie, maar fok ek weet nie meer nie. So jy was nie vandag by die skool nie, ons het 'n biotoets gehad. Ja, ek weet jou ma sal sommer nie laat jy dit mis nie, so nou weet ek nie. Wat gaan aan? Sê net vir my, het jy 'n maagvirus? Is dit COVID? Wat gaan aan? Of weet jy om gaan sien, hè? Bro, basies wat ek wil weet is dat, is jy okay, soos, sit net jou foon aan en stuur vir my 'n thumbs up of iets, enige iets.
Ag, ek weet nie, bra. Voel net vir my partykeer dat meneer is so creepy energy aan.
Nee, 100%.
Ek meen, wie doen net flexibility as fiksheid en album?
Ek probeer, hierdie is nou al die 3de keer in 1 maand wat hy vir ons 'n lecture gee oor stretching.
Het jy Kayla se gesig gesien toe ek gesê het ons gaan weer strek?
Ja, maar dis nie omdat hy na bobeen wil vat.
Jy kan 'n bietjie verder gaan, Kayla.
En dan beweeg hy sy hande net so 'n bietjie verder op. Haal lekker diep asem en soos jy uitblaas.
Maar jy net nog so 'n bietjie verder vir my hier.
Ja, en dis dan met sy bene saam hier opgaan by die been.
Dag nie exactly. Dis flippe weird, né? Dink jy hy het al
wat? Nee, ek wil nie so aan dink. Sies man.
Ja, disgusting. Disgusting.
In elk geval, so gaan ons nou met die taak werk of wat?
Nou ja, dit is obvious.
Nee, ek check maar net, want eerste was jy op soke solo missions, so ek was nie seker regtig of jy nou... Hallo, Bill?
Maar wat bedoel jy?
Letterlik die laaste 3 take was jy, soos ek gaan dit op my eie doen.
Okay, wel, dit is omdat...
Ja?
Ag, ek weet nie, ek sukkel om te slaap. Ag, weet jy is ook so top 10 dit en top 10 dat.
Jy is niet jaloers omdat jy nie op die top 10 is.
Wel, precies, ek wil nie die rede wees dat jy nie goed doen nie.
Ag, asseblief, no way man.
Ag, kom aan Kayla, jy is die hele jaar in so paniek oor die matriekeksamens.
Ja, met rede? Nou, ek het nie 'n paar wat vir my trust van gelos het nie. Iewers moet ek seker 'n B's kry.
Jeez.
Dis jammer.
Nee, is reg.
Nee, ek's jammer, ek was nou gaan vee gewees.
Okay, maar dis presies wat ek sê. Ek wil nie die rede wees dat jy nie eendag kan stellies toe gaan. Ons nie kan stellies toe gaan.
Presies.
Maar dis stupid, dis net 'n ouer drank so wat ek kom ons doen dit van.
Tel nie, partykeer kan jy dan goed vreeslik oor my.
Ag sê jy.
Anyway, so doen ons dit nou sommer Vrydag en dan beslaap ek oor.
Cool.
Gaan jy die pizza saam jou huis toe vat?
Nee, my ma haat mos pizza.
Ja, ek het vergeet. Jy weet wie eet nie pizza?
So weet, my ma eet die pizza nie.
DM aan Daniel Meyer, wie span?
Daniel, so jou ma het my ma gebel. Sy dink nou jy slaap hier oor, ek moes my ma smeek om niks te sê nie. En ek is al basies vir 'n maand lank gehok. Sy het my rekenaar gevat en sy gee my net tot vanaand om haar die waarheid te vertel. Dan gaan sy jou ma bel. So sy sê ek weet nie wat om te doen nie, maar kan jy asseblief my net laat weet of jy okay is? Of nie okay is nie.
Welkom by chatakort Daniel 3432. Kies asseblief die chatroom wat jy wil gebruik. Die chatroom is vir publieke toegang. Deur die gebruik van chatakort verbind jy jouself aan
17 manlik. Stem saam.
Dankie. Wynand 672 is aanlyn.
So.
Hey.
Hou jy van meisies? Of seuns?
Maak dit saak?
'n bietjie.
Beide.
Okay.
Sit dit jou af?
Nee. Wil jy hê ek moet afgesit word?
Nee.
Want ons kan. Stop. Ons hoef nie te gesels nie.
Nee. Dis nie wat ek wil hê nie.
Ek's bly.
Wat wil jy hê?
Weet jy?
Wil jy Nee, ek moet vir jou 'n foto stuur.
Regtig?
Chill, ou man. Dis regtig nie so 'n big deal nie.
Ek sal vir jou geld stuur.
Ek wil nie geld hê nie.
Regtig?
Hoeveel sal jy stuur?
Soveel soos wat jy wil hê.
500?
Deur. Maar ek wil nie jou gesig sien nie.
Bro, ek grap. En ek wil regtig nie jou geld hê nie.
Maar ek wil iets vir jou gee om dankie te sê.
Dalk moet jy net wag en sien wat jy kry. En of jy iets gaan kry.
Wil jy jou banking details vir my stuur?
En wat as ek niks vir jou stuur nie?
Dis ook fyn. Dis nie waaroor dit gaan nie en ek gee nie om nie.
Okay.
Baie dankie, praat gou weer. Kan jy vir Gaan iemand by ons aansluit? Wolfie, jy Wolfie Brits het die regie gedoen. Die akteurs is Gionel, Angelo Berg en André de Pre. So bly daar se regisseur op die droog. Dit is goed. Dit is so cool om te sien hoe iets wat so baie bespreek word, soos gister het ons gepraat oor tienerdepressie, net om dit vaag te bespreek, te noem, dit was eintlik baie erger as dit, maar mense praat oor sosiale media en daai goed deesdae asof hulle weet wat die antwoorde is, en ek vind dat dit baie meer detail nodig het, en dit voel vir my, dit is wat jy reg kry, Kanja, dit is 'n gevaarlike ding, want dit is subtiel, dit is nie so maklik soos wat dit sê maar 6 jaar terug was, toe goeders 'n bietjie meer konkreet was nie. Dit raak al hoe gevaarliker, want dit raak amper meer gesofistikeerd, selfs wat betref die sielkunde. Am I getting it?
Yeah, I don't even know if I get it.
Maar kom ek wees dan nou eerlik, wat is breadcrumbing presies?
So dis blykbaar waar jy iemand bietjie vir bietjie aanlei. Maar daar's soveel daar, I mean, ek dink die jonger generasie sal weet, daar's baie terme, you get submarining, you get,
verduidelik hulle gou?
So, submarining is wanneer iemand in en uit jou lewe uitdip, so jy pop genoeg op om iemand te hou, en dan dip jy onder toe, en dan verdwyn jy, en dan pop jy weer terug op, en dan, maar ek dink die terme word geskep en dit was die interessante ding toe ek nou gekyk het ook, want dit was my interessant dat ek sulke kort sinnetjies geskryf het en toe besef ek dis omdat ek die teks taal probeer namaak het. Want ek was soos, werk dit nie? Nou krities wat ek nou vir myself afgevra het. Want ek was soos, hoekom is dit so bitsy? Maar ek besef dis ek wat die texting element probeer skep het in die taal van die karakters. En die punt is, ek dink ons probeer taal maak vir iets wat in ons wêreld bestaan. En ek dink dis hoekom hierdie terminologie ons hierdie terminologie probeer skep, want daar is 'n nuwe sielkunde, daar is 'n nuwe manier van omgaan, daar is 'n nuwe taal. En dis bly kompleks en dit is verskriklik subtiel. Dit is nie, jy weet, dit is nie iemand wat dit is soms so eenvoudig soos iemand wat aanlaag en gaan, ek wil met jou ophoek. Maar ek dink baie kere is dit baie meer subtiel en dit is baie meer gevaarlik en ek dink ja, dankie Wolf dat jy dit ook uitgebring het, want dit is wat die teks probeer doen. Dit sê niks, die teks sê eintlik niks en dit sê alles in die niksheid nie.
Ek dink wat baie interessant is van hierdie nuwe, ek dink dis waarskynlik nie 'n nuwe tipe taal nie, dis net dat mense deesdae om sielkundige speletjies te speel, het soort van 'n ding geword wat calculated is, en dis wat vir my so scary is so om spontaan en warm en love bombing te doen of so, is totaal en alles is uncool. So met die gevolg is om 'n bietjie evil te wees, is cool, nee. En dit is so belaglik dat ons in so lewe leef. En nou is name daarvoor en sulke goeders, so dit het 'n game geword.
Ja, en ek bedoel, ek's baie geseënd want ek het die laaste 3 jaar nogals intens, soos baie van julle weet, met Jan van Riebeeck se tienertoneelgroepe gewerk en ek dink dis waar my oë nogal spesifiek oopgegaan het vir waar ons tieners sit. Nee, ons is ek dan nie te klink nie, maar ek sê soos, oh my hel. What a reality to be a young person in this world, want dankie tog, ek was nie 13 of 15 nou nie. Dis flippin' scary, die dinge waarna hulle dink, die dinge hoe hulle self meet, hoe hulle self sien, hoe hulle die wêreld om hulle moet negotiate, is ongelooflik kompleks.
Nou gaan ek 'n baie kontroversiële ding vra.
Ek moet net gou dit sê, ons gee nie genoeg vir hulle kans om dit te sê nie. En ek dink nie ons gee genoeg vir kinders en tieners stem nie, en ek dink dit is belangrik.
Ek is bly jy sin klaar gemaak, want dit is die mees kontroversiële ding wat ek nou gaan vra. Is it really that hard? Is hulle besig om dit vir hulle self moeiliker te maak? Want en dit is wat dit is 'n valid vraag, want ons weet, ons praat die hele tyd oor, ons is baie bekommerd oor die mense. Maar hoekom of nie hoekom nie, ek verstaan die wêreld is baie kompleks, ek verstaan dit, ek beloof. Ek bedoel, as ek nou regtig meer kontroversieel kan wees, kan ek sê, ons het groot geword en die enigste bitchy mense wat dit kon claim, was very well dressed ou gay ooms. So, nou het dit 'n currency geword. So, wat is die teenvoeter vir hierdie ongelooflike ongelukkigheid? Wat dink jy?
Ek weet regtig nie. Maar ek dink gou aan jouself en dink gou hoe moeilik ons tans dit vir ek kan net vir myself praat en ek dink hoe moeilik ek dit vind om te dink aan die feit dat ek 'n social presence moet hê online. Dit is vir my ongelooflik uitdagend. Ek vind dit ongelooflik intimiderend. Ek kan nie dink dat terwyl jy jou hele identiteit en jouself moet vorm en word eintlik net speel en uitfigure en jy moet eintlik na die partytjie toe kan gaan en kan aantrek so simpel soos wat jy wil en iemand met 'n foto kan neem en niemand moet dit ooit kan weet nie. En dit word opgeplak en dit word onthou en
ek stem 100% saam met jou. So ek is nie hier teen enigiemand nie. Wat my laat wonder die afgelope tyd is die antwoord nie om dit op te perpetueer nie. Met ander woorde, om nie meer deel te neem nie.
Maar hoe sê ons dit as al ons currency daarin lê?
Nee, dit is die vraag.
En die wêreld teen so ongelooflike spoed. Ek bedoel, jy weet, selfs ons wat selfs ek wat met hulle werk, en weet jy hoe moeilik is dit om iewers skielik die boodskap oor te dra van jy moet hard werk vir wat jy wil hê. Maar die waarheid is, daar's mense wat 'n 5 sekonde video maak en iets kry, en dit is wat hard werk ook like. And so all of a sudden going, you need to put in the hours, looks very different, and the world is shifting, en ons konsepte van hard werk en bestaan, en ek dink, daar gaan 'n nuwe manier van uitleef en ek weet nie Kabous, ek probeer net ook 'n bietjie vra.
Wel, ek dink dis bitter. Ek het soos gesê, ek dink dis ongelooflik om te sien hoe genuanceerd dit uitgespeel kan word, hoe gevaarlik dit raak, want al die mense op die verhoog lyk asof hulle tog iewers in hulle lewe al kerngesond was. Ja. So, jy weet, en dit is wat vir my ongelooflik bang maak. Ek dink baie mense kan daarmee relate in terme van 'n sekere genre. Is daar 'n baie fyn lyn wat jy self 'n perpetrator kan word. En dit maak my baie bang. Wolfie, wil jy kommentaar lewer op jou proses en die plei se inhoud?
Hi everyone. I think Kanya did a very good job in capturing the essence of what it is to edit yourself and present yourself online. Yes. So that's a huge aspect. In social circumstances, we're reactionary and we're ourselves. And if there's alcohol involved, we're even less filtered. But the internet is a filter, and we present very specific we curate ourselves online. So I think she captured that, and I think that was kind of what we did with the delivery of it, is that there is not a natural conversational rhythm to the dialogue, if you will. So I think that's very interesting. So it becomes disembodied to some extent, and it's a very dangerous world online. So I don't know what else. The content. The content is, when are you the perpetrator? When do you become the victim? To what extent do you take part in these complex systems? And again, like you said in the intro, what are you responsible for? And are you responsible for someone else's unraveling or not? And then we also live in, so the one character is the internet, and she was created by an AI engine. So the Afrikaans you hear it's not an actress that I got, it's an AI model.
Is it not Kanya?
No, it's not Kanya. Her name is actually Rolanda. And it needs a little bit of training. I had to edit some of the words and put like a kappie op die ear om webblad, also 2 words. So you have to train it a little bit to get to that. But that's not a real, we didn't record that. That's just her script. But it also gives you that inkling of people who has problems with sight, or blind people, or people who's dyslexic, where the internet is going in terms of what it can do in terms of performance and speech and text. So that's another layer of it. So no, it's not Kanya. It is and it isn't.
I think that's the interest, and I think that's why the youth upsets us, because they are the thing that will. Hulle is die ding wat they're the future, and the internet is the future, and it has both this. It's going to be there, and it's going to have these immense positives, and it's going to have these immense negatives, and somewhere we're going to have to negotiate.
Yeah, I think the youth is. I don't think they upset us. I just wanted to.
No,
I think they're fantastic, and I want to make that very clear. I think the youth is fantastic. What worries me is that I think ons praat baie oor die ding, die wat almal so bang maak. Submarining, breadcrumbing. Dis ook hulle wat het uitgedink het. Dis my vraag. Is hulle so die aantreklikheid van skaarsheidwaarde, van verdwyning, verskyning en so aan. Jy raak deel van daai spel. So my vraag is eintlik, is dit nie nou tyd om in te spring en te sê maar dit moet stop of breadcrumbing is nie cool nie of
But that's just your perception of it. So that's also what we did, is we actually stripped it of like Gion doing like a overtly creepy pervert, pull it back so that it is the audience who impose those dangers. It is your mind that goes to that dark place, but makes you worried about the youth. So that's the operative word here is being worried, and parents being worried about the youth and where they are and what they're doing. So who is it for us to say that this is the line, this is where we have to interject, well, this is an intervention? We can't say that. I don't think we are in a position to define that. If the organism is so big already that an individual doesn't really have the right to tell someone that your kink has no value or it's not valid.
I agree. Without being very meta, it's quite interesting that, I mean, we are thinking aloud together. Yeah. It's not us against the youth. You know. Any comments from the audience?
Ons het so 10 minute, dan moet ons oorskool aan het live chatting. So ons net voor 12, so 5 of so 10 minute, ek gaan jou wys. Nou is dat 2 plaas, dan moet allemaal net so 5 voor 12 terug. So ons moet net so 5 voor klaar maak, dat een switch over kan gebeur.
Ja, ek het nou nooit beplan om te praat vandag nie, maar in elk geval hier is ons. Ek dink wat vir my baie interessant was toe jy eers begin praat oor chatrooms en goeders, was ek soos ouma hoor, dit gaan nou weer nog 'n cringy ding wees. En toe dit begin het met die fone en dit is net karakters en dit gaan oor die karakters en wat hulle sê, was ek soos hooked. So dit was my beautiful. En dit is my interessant ook soos nou in die gesprek waar jy praat van submarining en daai goeders. The reality of it is that we don't talk like that in real life. En hoe dit geskryf is en daai tussen die jong oukie en die oom, is presies hoe dit is om te praat as statistiek. Maar dit is letterlik hoe dit gaan en ek dink hoe dit uitgebeeld was vandag, ja, dit eintlik my baie meer geraak is. Ek dink maar hoe dit uitgebeeld is in daai opsit is letterlik wat dit is. So dit was so interessant om te sien en wat my bang maak op hierdie oomblik is dat ek nou besef oor jy gaan in hierdie spasies in waar jy is eintlik so innocent en dan om nou daarna te kyk is soos wow, dis nogal ja. En dan wat 'n gedagte wat opgespring het met die vraag van daai kontroversiële vraag wat jy gehad het is if it is too, of is it too much
moet dit stop.
Is dit regtig so moeilik? Wat vir my daar interessant is ek dink dis nog 'n layer en ek dink wat dit interessant maak daarin is dat mense besef of kinders of ons generasie jonger mense besef nie dit is nog 'n layer nie en dit kom later uit en dit is wat dit moeilik maak. Jy besef nie dat dit nou 'n issue is nie, dan kom dit later uit en dit is wat dit later nog 'n layer maak bo aan alles anders. So dit is baie fascinerend. So ja, ek wil net sê baie dankie dat dit nie cringe is nie. Baie dankie dat dit so real is. En ja, wow, I'm shaking in my boots right now.
Dankie, Barbara.
Mikrofoon verbykom. Ek wil net sê, Kanya, dit is my wonderlik, amazing voorbeeld van showing versus telling. Dit is Pike, spot on.
Dankie.
Good morning. It's baie lekker to have an idea of theatre in this kind of context. So, baie dankie Wolfie en Kanya. If we were to do an experiment right now and say, everybody take out your cell phones, open it up and give it to the person next to you to do whatever they want, to look at, do whatever, whether it's your gallery or your WhatsApp or whatever, nobody's going to want to do that. Because we're all sitting with our own private little lives inside a little piece of metal, glass, whatever, Wi-Fi, whatever. We are the problem, guys. Is die kinders hier? Dis ons, nommer 1. Ek is 'n ma van 3 kinders, teenagers. Every day is a fight. Maak die deur oop. Leave the door open. Oh, but I need my personal space. Really? Okay, you can have your personal space. And die God weet, I will take that bloody door off. If I catch something in that phone that would oop bly. So, when the internet arrived, it was amazing because it became the biggest babysitter. And we as parents don't have to take responsibility as parents because now there's the internet. Die kinders wil nergens gaan nie. Die eerste ding wat hulle vra is there Wi-Fi? Ons het gevra, is there somebody else my age? No. Is there Wi-Fi? Even you guys, the first time you walk into a shop or a coffee shop is, where's the Wi-Fi? What's the Wi-Fi password? Because you cannot be 5 minutes without having a Wi-Fi password. A very interesting question that was posed right in the very beginning. Jammer, ek voel asof ek 'n lecture gee. So sorry. I will stop in 2 minutes. No, I'm going to stop now. The interesting question was why? Why? My answer, my personal answer is a lack of connection. We don't know how to connect with each other, even us sitting here. How are we ever going to teach the children to connect? So, the lack of connection for me is what's driving this. And it starts with looking up off your phone every time there's a break and looking into the person's eyes and going, hello, how's it? And teaching the kids to do that too. Instead of, with every little opportunity, everybody diving into their phones and looking for a connection there with somebody across a fire wire. Baie dankie, over and out.
Kanya, maybe you don't answer this in the play, and I don't have an opinion about this. I'm asking the question because I want to genuinely understand. In a South African context, how does this kind of online life, and I know it's very real, how does it play out in a South African context in terms of class structures? Because how is access to Wi-Fi, access to data, access to devices, access to personal space in a house, different kinds of schools where children or learners have less access to certain things, where there's less aftercare after school. I'm interested in knowing if this is something you are exploring or thinking about, because it's obviously one kind of reality of a certain kind of person within a certain kind of class structure that we are seeing. I'd be interested in seeing if there is a friction there.
Thank you. I think that's a really interesting point to bring up, and I think that's something interesting to maybe look at when I write again. My immediate thought is that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I know statistically speaking, it's in South Africa and Africa, it's the very fact that like poverty-stricken or a lower class has more access. It's like phones are bigger opener. Mobile access is one of, and this is why Chinese interest and is so big, because it's such a gold mine of a investment, because we are so much more dependent. The lower your income, the more dependent you are on that mobile opening the world up to you. And so you actually spend more time on the device in some bizarre twist, if I remember correctly what I read. So I do think that's quite an interesting dynamic to explore within the characters themselves, and I will definitely take that forward. Thank you very much.
good afternoon or good morning, I'm not quite sure. I would like to first and foremost thank you for your explication on the information era. It is a borderless society. I don't know if any of you have seen the image of how the internet actually looks like. You can compare it to the galaxy itself, right? A lot of dark spaces, the internet itself are little stars that are there. And existing and working as well as living in a borderless society that is bordered allows for what took place on stage to happen. The sensorial analogy of these little slippages of what, and I'm removing it from age, I'm removing it from race, I'm removing the politics behind it, but just, I want to reckon and make it, which you do really well, to the humanness and that what is needed to move forward. As much as the internet is a place where we discover ourselves and we find ourselves and we truly explicate what self means, self being in a communal or an individual kind of performativity, is that, oh sorry, I'm struggling to, because you've left me raw, is that the play text itself asks us to constantly think in otherness. And it's an explication and it's an investigation that no one else really does in this country, because what South Africans are comfortable with doing is allocating and locating where the problem is, but we very much struggle to deal with the actual act of Persephone crawling from the underworld. And in that little forgetfulness, or rather lackluster energy, is that the interaction that we have on the internet is that it is awkward. It's like swamp-like stagnated waters, and anything can happen. Hurrah, baby girl, hurrah, die.
Thank you. Guys, I'm going to have to interrupt. We are going from the sublime to the ridiculous. We have load shedding in 5 minutes, and they have to change generators, etc. So we are going to have to take a break. But you can talk amongst each other, and we can go outside, right, Hugo? Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Baie dankie Kanya en Wolfie, dit was fantastic. Back at 12:05. Thank you. Dankie julle. Die volgende stuk is Verloren deur Andy Colombo onder leiding van Andy Colombo en Grant van Ster.
Hello. Oh, thank you. My name is Andy. I'm the writer of this next piece, which is called Verloren. We are presenting today, myself and Grant van Ster directed the extract, and then Sean o.l.v and Emma Kotze are going to be performing. I'm very grateful for them all. So Verloren actually started life as a poem and then a short film. So we made a short film a few years ago during COVID in 2020. And it was kind of a stop motion exploration, none of us have any work type of thing. And we got International Arts Festival, and we actually won a Silver Stanley Bank Ovation Award for the short film. So this is kind of the proposal to turn it into a play, which was kind of always the intention, but obviously in 2020 we had limited options. So Verloren is a reworking of a myth, an old myth. Most myths are old. It's the myth of Alcyon and Six. So I'm going to tell you the plot points because we've kind of put the text together in a bit of a shorter way today, so just so you know what's happening. So Alcyon and Six are lovers, and they anger the gods. And so the gods create a storm, and they drown Six. And Alcyon waits on the shore of the beach, and waits and waits and waits and waits and waits for him to come back. And then the gods take pity on her, and they turn her and Six into kingfishers. And that's, I don't know if you've heard the term halcyon days. It's those days when the sea is super calm, like eerily calm, and the kingfishers lay their eggs during that time. So the myth goes that the gods took pity on them and made a very calm day so that they could create a family together. It's a beautiful myth. In 2020, I didn't have a lot of work, obviously, because I couldn't be here. And so I spent a bit of time up the West Coast in a beautiful area called the Verloren. This is important, obviously. And it's a really, really biodiverse area between a mountain and the river mouth, which is actually at Unspoken. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that place. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful area, and it's got a lot of kingfishers. I think you can see where this is going. So I decided to rewrite the myth and set it in contemporary South Africa at the Verloren play. That's the vibe. And so in my reworking, Alcyon is a Cape Town local who moves out to the Verloren play area to be with Six, who's a fisherman. And then obviously I just told you the myth, so I'm sure you can put the. It's kind of sad. It's not a fun one. Anyway, sorry. So today we are doing an interesting reworking of it. It's a very poetic text, and so we have an amazing team. We're doing a very interdisciplinary exposition is not the word, an interdisciplinary exploration through the text. So that's something I think that's quite unique about this text. It really straddles the boundaries of different styles and forms. We're working a lot with poetry, movement, dialogue, dance. So we're kind of creating a new style, which you'll see. It's a little messy, I'm sure you'll see by the end. And then the other thing I think is really unique about the play is that it's really concerned with the environment. So in a lot of ways it's actually an environmental play, but not really. The environment becomes kind of a third character. So the play becomes the landscape for the lovers, but it also is one of the lovers. I think a lot of the writing process was inspired by the circularity of the play. If you sit alongside a play and you listen, there's all these millions of little lives that are happening that we're not aware of. And there's a kind of infiniteness in that. So just as the myth reaches through time and the lovers become relevant again and again and again and again, so too does the play keep reaching through time. And hopefully one day when we're all gone, the play will still be playing and the kingfishers will be kingfishing. Exactly. So I'm going to leave on that note. I'll be here for questions afterwards if you have any. I just want to take this I wrote everything down because I'm terrible at remembering. I want to thank KKNKK, I want to thank NATi, I want to thank Baxter-teater, I want to thank the technicians who are amazing, all of them, the live stream and the theatre technicians. I want to thank the original team of the film, so it's Sophie Jones and me who co-directed it. Sophie Jones and Maggie Gericke who animated it, Emma Kotze who's in the extract today, who was one of the voiceover artists, and Daniel Richards who is also one of the voiceover artists, but he is not here today and we have Sean in his stead. And I just want to say a big thank you for being here, and I hope you enjoy it, and I will chat to you afterwards. Thank you very much.
My heart turns in circles with the wind. Listen to the landscape. Breathe in and out. Let the air hit that deep point in your belly. Open yourself up like a vacuum to take it all in. That's what loving you is like. It never ends. It has no end. It cannot end. It mustn't. Early morning, I smell the salt in the air, feel the shift of you leaving bed, hear the shower, the tap, the toothbrush, click, click, as you tap it against the sink. Feel your hand shift my hair, lips on my forehead, and with the foggy drunkenness of the morning, when I rouse myself enough to look, you have already gone. I can feel your warmth lingering there. Your parted words float above my head. That's what loving you is like. It never ends, even if you're not there. I hear your voice in my head, reminding me that you'll never break your promise to come home. I think about the first time I saw the play, how I felt at home here. The Verloren play, lost like me, quiet like me, stretching its arms towards the sea. And just like that, the leap of leaving the city I grew up in closed, and just like that, I knew I belonged there. In this tiny house, in the middle of nowhere between wetland and sea, hours from Cape Town. You, so at home here, walked the play with me, told stories of myths, and spun out dreams of living beside the sea one day in the house that you had built in your dreams, with the deck overlooking the bay where you had learned to scoop fish from the sea. But I love the play. I love the murky waters, the stretch between me and you. I walk it every day to see your boat at a distance, to watch you from the joining of the river and the sea, to wait for you to come home. I wait for you, beside your empty boat that was washed ashore without you in it. The night turns into day and day into night again, and the night turns into day and day into night again, and the night turns into day and day into night again. Beside your empty boat that you promised this is what loving you is like. It turns and circles and eggs like the river. The sand lifts and beats me on my back, my ankles, the soft skin behind my knees. I don't know how to go home without you. I don't know how to go home without you. I don't know how to go home without you. How to open up that howling vacuum, how to make the call. And so I don't. And then, one afternoon, I'm called somehow to the shore by your empty body. Settled softly on the strand. And so, beside you, I lie on my back in the sand and watch the kingfisher traverse the sky. The world is so very wide, so I tie myself to the sky. The sun sets, the light glances over the reeds, sharply catching one side of them in sorrow. Shadow, clicking and turning, nature's machine, infinitesimal. I feel the water touch my feet, my ankles. The tide. I see you in a kingfisher's flight, cursed across the fading sky. Water to my knees, sliding up the back of my thighs like your hands, I can almost feel you approach. Smell you beside me again. Feel you sit in your own body. I reach for your hand. Cold fingers slippery. The tides, cold fingers. Lifting my feet to float. Kingfisher spears through the translucent drapery. And the sky below slips into purple. This is what loving you is like. Being tethered to something that never ends. The tide lifts me further. You too. Here we are together again. I taste the salt. Feel my body float. Hold tight to your hand. Release into the blue.
And we find each other in the sky. Here we are free. I feel the wind over my body and light on the sky around you now. This is what loving you is like. It never ends. It loops and flies. It braids one life into the next. It slips through the air like a feather, like a kingfisher, like home.
Andy, when you're ready, we can start the conversation quickly. Firstly, I'd like to know, do you have family in Verloren play?
I don't really have family in Verloren play, but we have family home there. So we spent a lot of time growing up in that area.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. So can we all befriend you?
Yeah, come join, come visit.
It's one of the most beautiful places in the country.
It is, yeah.
And I think with regards to the West Coast, I mean, I know it's mythology and it's beautiful, but the whole story of fishermen lost at sea is also, it's a very real topic.
Yeah, it is.
And I like the fact that something so magical and beautiful on stage, which is very suited to the 1st of September, isn't it? I mean, it's whimsical and it's lovely, but still, there's also a very tragic truth to the story.
Yeah.
And it's quite a big problem in that area.
It is, yeah. And I think, I mean, I think all myths have a tragic truth in them. And I think that's something I was interested in at that time, especially I think going through COVID. It was a way to talk about loss in a kind of distant way, using a myth as a way to talk about loss and grieving and longing, which I think a lot of us were feeling at that time. So I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was also a way of dealing with really real feelings around feeling separated, feeling like there's an ocean between me and other people, and you're waiting for someone to connect with you, but you're alone. So I think it's very real. There's a lot of real hurt inside of the story and inside of the topic as well, yeah.
And then, like you said in your intro, reminding us of nature and how beautiful it is if we just actually look around us and see the smaller things as well. It's quite a refreshing counterpoint to all the other tragedies that we had to discuss this morning, like the world of social media.
Yeah.
And it's a good remedy for that.
It is, yeah, and there's a timelessness about it, I think, that I find really beautiful. You know, we've been going there for 20 years now. It's the same play. Things change, but the infiniteness of little lives, like this whole world that we don't understand, I think it reminds you how small you are in comparison to I mean, I'm small, like in height, but also like humans are so small comparatively when we look at how big the world is and how big these little worlds are. Just because something's small doesn't mean it's less important, I think.
And just as a side note, apparently this year's Bloementijd is one of the best ever. So I can just imagine what Verloren looks like today.
It's amazing. I was actually there last week. The birds you hear in the piece were actually, I recorded them last week there. So it was a great thing to go and sit by the play and listen and record and bring that energy into the room today. But it's beautiful. I would really recommend the drive. If anyone's got a free Saturday, I would recommend.
Yeah, we can all come and bribe.
Yeah. Please do.
The depiction of beauty between the different mediums, so the short film and now physical theatre, that's quite interesting that you use different mediums for the same story. Tell us about that, about the short film and the process around that, and then also where we can see that.
Yes, I don't think it's up anywhere. I should probably put it on YouTube. It might be on the National Arts Festival website still, but yeah, it was an interesting process because we were all separate. So it was kind of an exercise in making work separated. So Emma recorded her audio without us. Daniel was recording in a car, I think. I was taking clips by the play and writing. Jones and Maggie Kierika were, what's the word? Stop motion animating at home. So it was a beautiful collaborative effort, and I think it's different mediums, but it's a similar energy. Because I think Teksmark is really a moment to call someone and be vulnerable and say, I've got this idea. It's a reading, but you might have to carry your text around a lot and roll around on the floor and things. And it's vulnerable to ask, but also it's a beautiful thing when people come together. You know, when there's not like, it's not a financial decision. It's about making something beautiful together. And I think that energy is in both iterations. I think the first one is a little harder because you couldn't be in the same room, but it's a similar energy of coming together and everyone brings what they have inside of them and it makes the work better to collaborate. It's one person making something alone is not the same energy as many people collaborating, and I think that's also how the play works, right? Like there's all these different ecosystems that work together to make something that really works, and I think that's how theatre works best, is when there's a bunch of people bringing their own stuff.
That's exactly right. I think we can all agree that working remotely is just not right.
Especially in our industry. I think in some industries it makes sense, but yeah.
We like being in the room.
We do.
Even though 80% of you guys are introverts.
Yes, we are. I can confirm.
Are there any comments on this beautiful whimsical piece?
Thank you. That was it was lovely. The imagery is really lovely. I think, and I hope this doesn't come across wrong, but in a way this belongs to a movement of South African theatre, of this reworking of myths and recontextualizing them. And this is a comment really, or a suggestion. If there's a maybe little known piece by Douglas Livingstone from way back when. I think it's called "To See My Winding Shroud." Is that something like that? I'm looking around the room in case anyone's heard of it. It is published in I think it's like published in the 70s or 80s. Douglas Livingstone is the writer. I think it was written as a radio play, where he writes of the myth of Adamastor and the Table Mountain and all that sort of thing, and reworks that. So I just suggest you have a read through that as well, because there's some similar themes and ideas, and it might just give you a notion or two. I don't know.
Thank you. I think you will.
So that's the first thing to say. And then the second thing is, because you set it up as being a piece about or inspired by or rooted somehow in the Western Cape energy. And I mean, there were references to that. And I'm just wondering if there's a challenge to play with that even more, maybe play with the language or with the imagery of the landscape.
Yeah, so unfortunately, because it's a 10-minute extract, we had to kind of decide, do we set up the couple or do we set up the environment? And so we chose to set up the couple, but there's about like 6 pages of her walking through the play and a bunch of poetic stuff. I think it's something we've spoken about as well, is how do you bring the play into the room with us as a third character. So we spoke a lot about maybe using projection if we finally do it. I'm really interested in the sense of smell, like how can we create the smell of a play? I don't know how you would do that, but when we first did the piece, when I did it as an installation, I had seaweed in the room. So when you walk in, you smell the sea. So I think it would end up being quite a sensory piece. That's what I'd like, that it feels like you come in and you understand the environment even before the story becomes important, because it's the first thing that was there, and it's what will be there when the story is gone.
Daryl, I think just to add, maybe we could open the floor on that, is what if you bring in another vernacular or language?
Yeah, definitely I would like to do that. It's really, right now, to be honest, the play is really one long poem. So there's a lot of writing and researching and time spent that needs to happen in terms of fleshing it out and making it a more detailed exploration of the place and the people who are from there and what that is, and what the difference between coming from Cape Town is and living there. So there's a lot of research I'd like to do in like sitting in the space, talking to people from the area, because I'm an outsider from Cape Town coming in, so I don't have that perspective, and it's important to get it right. But yeah, there's a lot of work that needs to still be done on the text.
Yes, Leanne.
Hello.
Hello.
It's Vicky. Muniwarini, it's not a lecture. It's a comment. Love is beautiful. And the ending of your piece, both of us sitting here, and my comment to Ilse was, and to open it up to everybody also, that when love wins, we all win. Whether it is in life or in death. And thank you for that. I feel like I've won.
Yay! That's the goal.
Thank you, Andy. Beautiful images, beautiful language. I have a question for a more full-length piece, and perhaps it's a silly question, I don't know. So it was very, it's a poetic text, and I understand where that's coming from. It's very text-heavy, and a lot of movement and text happening at the same time, which isn't a problem necessarily. Was it purely for the extract? Do you want to fit things into 10 minutes? Or are there moments where each is allowed to breathe on its own? Because sometimes they can tell us the same thing, and you don't need both elements necessarily. So, yeah, a question about that, or what your intention or thoughts behind that?
Yeah, I think, we were commenting recently, the text is quite difficult. It's quite rhythmically difficult. I think for now, for the extract, it made sense to try and kind of get as much as we could into 10 minutes. But I do think there's a lot of space for rhythm. I think coming back to the play and the rhythms of the play, I think it's important to also find space. I think that's what maybe is missing from the extract, but we would put in a play. It's like space and time, so that I think it also offers a respite if you're coming out from the outside world in the rhythm we're at. What I love about coming to the play is that there's a different rhythm, and it's naturally defined rhythm. So I think it's about finding a sense of that in a broader piece to get that like almost stasis, like when you look out at the sea and it's eerily quiet. You kind of want moments like that. So I think we would definitely work for a lot more stillness and grace, and then moments of activity, and then stillness again, definitely. Thank you.
If I can continue, unless there are other questions. No, just maybe. Okay. I like this idea of a breather from everyday life, because it is fucking hectic. And you need that breather. I found it interesting. I think there was an emphasis in your talking about the play, that it was so language oriented, and even the prop for the device was hedges with writing on them, which is a marker of civilization, I guess. So I think it's probably just the extract losing that sense of the natural or the flair.
No, that's a good point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Big round of applause for Andy Colombo. Next up, we have Nicole Harris. Are you coming to do an intro?
I'm coming.
In die stukse naam is Waar, weer, waai, onder leiding van Rafiek Mammon.
Yes, dankie. Dis jammer dat ek agter jou daar staan. Ek skille.
Hallo allemaal, baie dankie vir die geleentheid om hier te kan lees. Ek gaan net vir julle 'n klein bietjie konteks gee oor die stuk en agterna dan kan julle my maar grind met die vrae. Ek is baie my maag draai so 'n bietjie, maar dit was so goed. Okay. Die Here het geskommel en die duis het vir ons verkeerd gevaar. Hy is maar al. Maar die wind ons waai begin by hierdie lyn uit 'n gedig van die bekroonde skrywer en dramaturg Adam Small. Adam Small was nog altyd 'n prominente figuur en motivering in my loopbaan en in my skryfwerk. En nou wil ek julle graag vra net julle oogies vir sekonde toe te maak. En imagine julle sit in 2020, dit is maand en hulle het ons gesê julle gaan hier en sies lockdown. Okay, julle kan maar nou weer julle oor maak. So julle was nou vastgevang in julle huise en ons moes gekoester teen die COVID-19 virus wat buite rondwaai en mense een vir een geneem het soos 'n plaag. Maar COVID-19 was nie die enigste plaag wat bestaan tydens die tyd nie. En daar was baie ander pandemies wat geseëvier het tydens die tyd in ons samelewing. En dit is wat ek deur hierdie teks wil gehighlight het. Daar was siektes soos bendegeweld, polisiebrutaliteit, misdaad, dwelmmisbruik en geslagsgebaseerde geweld. En alles die goed het hulle eerste bereik soos vroeër gesê was in COVID-19. En in lockdown so sit ek sit maar nou in my laptop en my ellende en ek besluit maar dit is nou genoeg want niemand skryf hieroor nie en die kunste is die platform wat ons moet gebruik en ek doen applied so ek is baie socially driven en ek sê soos maar ek gaan nou skryf hieroor. En 3 jaar later staan ek nou op die verhoog met 'n teks wat al deur baie drafts gekom het en dat baie skade deur gegaan en ek is so dankbaar vir die geleentheid. En vandag gaan julle Uittreksel sien wat uit 3 tonele van die teks bestaan. So die teks bestaan uit 7 tonele overall. So ek en Rafiek Mammon wat my direkteur was vir die stuk, het 3 van die scenes uitgehaal en Uittreksel daarvan gemaak. Okay. So in terme van karakters, die teks bestaan uit 5 karakters uit en hulle almal bly op die Kaapse vlakte in die gebied van Bontewil. En vandag gaan julle 3 van die 5 karakters op die verhoog sien en dit is die 3 huismense. So al die gebeurte vind plaas in Bontewil in Sanna se huisie. So vandag sal julle op die verhoog sien vir Sanna en vir Esther en vir Alfred. Sanna is Alfred en Esther se ma en sy is 'n baie godsvreesende vrou en sy maak haar kinders in die vrese van die Here ook groot. Sy werk as 'n huishulp in die huis van die wit man meneer ter Blanche en sy werk baie hard om haar kinders stabiliteit te gee en 'n veilige omgewing waar hulle kan floreer ten spyte van al die goed wat buite aangaan. Alfred Sanna sal gespeel word deur Zenobia Kloppers en dan Alfred wat ek sal speel. Ek is haar oudste kind en ek is 'n eerste jaar drama student aan die Universiteit van Stellenbosch en ek is die eerste een in my gemeenskap wat besluit het maar ek wil nou 'n verskil maak en ek wil iets gaan doen en ek wil my mense se stories gaan vertel. Esther is dan my suster en Sanna se jongste dogter en sy is genaamd na die Bybelse karakter van Esther en geloof is ook 'n baie groot tema in hierdie stuk waar haar naam is gebaseer op die Esther se op die Bybelboek wat genaamd is Esther en Esther het in die Bybel ook die volk uit gebondenheid gelei. Esther is 'n baie belowende jong dame maar sy is vasgevang in haar omgewing en die evils wat daar gebeur. Dan is daar 2 ander karakters wat julle nie vandag op die verhoog gaan sien nie en dit is Beatrice. Beatrice is 'n woelwater in hierdie neighborhood en Beatrice is 'n freedom fighter. Sy was ook forcefully removed uit Claremont destyds en nou beklei sy in die community teen die witmense en die drugs en die violence en sy wil net fight, sy's 'n kwaad en sy's baie kwaad. En dan kry ons vir Lionel, en Lionel is Bontiwil se hoofdraagloot, en Lionel is dan die antagonist wat al die konflik in die play veroorsaak, want Lionel is die evil element wat in hierdie huis kom, wat daar veronderstel is om stabiliteit en veiligheid te wees. En dan, 'n paar van die temas waaroor die teks handel, was al klaar genoem, maar hierdie stuk is nie net relevant tot Bontiwil, maar dit kan gegeneraliseer word tot enige Kaapse vlakte gemeenskap, en ook selfs gemeenskappe, want ek is van 'n Bolandse dorpie, en hierdie goed is baie prevalent waar ek ook vandaan kom. En al die goed het dan ook vir my laat dink, maar hoekom is ons mense so? Ons kan nie net sê dat daar bende geweld is en dit is sleg en dit is sleg en 'n trauma dam sit, maar ons moet gaan na die oorsaak af aan toe. En dit is ook wat ek deur hierdie teks wou gedoen het. Ek wou gekyk het waar alles begin, en die hoofprominente tema wat ek ook daarna kyk is apartheid en hoe apartheid vandag nog steeds mense beïnvloed. En dit is amper 30 jaar na apartheid, maar nog steeds is daar baie ongelykhede wat bestaan, wat ons almal raak sien, maar wat mense deesdae baie bang is om oor te praat, van woke culture and all of that, you know. So, daar is positiewe goed in die teks ook, want ek het probeer om die teks in 'n positiewe lig ook te sit. En die ander temas waaroor die teks handel is hoop, tweede kanse, geloof en vergifnis. Die karakters is elkeen op hulle eie pad om hulle self te vind. En daar's 'n lyn in die teks, Bullets of a Bishop Lywers, wat geskryf is deur Christo Davids, wat sê, daar's baie goeie mense op die Kaapse vlaktes, die koerante skryf maar net nie daaroor nie, of die koerante skryf oor hulle nie. En dit is wat ek wou gedoen het deur waar die winters by. Ek wou geskryf het oor die goeie mense wat ook op die Kaapse vlaktes bestaan. So julle kan nou terugsit, en dan kan julle lekker saam met ons kom kuier hier na die Sana se huis.
Die Here het geskommel en die tyd het verkeerd geval vir ons. Dit is maar al.
Die Here het geskommel en Adam smol. Laat die wêreld maar praat op Janie. Los en vas. As 'n gereedsie en ek kan net so omtas en alles is alright. As 'n gereedsie en ek kan net so omtas en 'n lekker meid en lekker ander dinge. Laat die wêreld maar praat op Janie. Wat daarvan? Wat daarvan? Dat maak dit saak. Soos die Engelsman sal sê, it cuts no ice. Die Here het geskommel. En die huis het verkeerd geval vir ons. Hy is maar al. So ons weet dat daar as kinders van as kinders van Gam en as kinders van Kain. En daar is al. So ons moet nie worry nie.
Hy my kind, jy dan baie talent, né? En as jou pa nou hier was vandag het hy gesê, daai kind het my glad op ek gaan kry. Hy is ook as 'n mooi stukkie wat jy daar het. Is dit vir die varsity?
Nee, Mami, die tyd is recess. Is actually vir die kids daar by die community center.
So baie vir die kids, my kind.
Ja, Mami, ek moet maar. En hy is ook maar al wat ek vir hulle kan gee. Maar die smiles op hulle gesiggies as hulle woorde reg kry. Jo, is priceless. Mami moet dit sien.
Dit is goed dat jy die kinders op besig hou, man. Dat die goeie goed. Want die duiwel is hier buite en hy soek ons kids.
Ja. Ek sien nou by die varsity ook, Mami. As van my eerste jaar show is dat met karre varsity te kom. En daar kry jy nog die van ons, waar die helfte van ons nasvas huis toe moet stuur. En ek klaar nie, Mami. Maar dit is net so unfair, man. Sommige mense het dit so maklik.
Jy moet nou government brood en 'n halwe French, no?
Okay, man.
Jy laat my nou so terugdink via die 1970s. Hy dacht die boere vir ons daar die Claremont het kom sit het, daar die Claremont het. Ek was nog besig om koesistes te maak vir die bazaar. Die veel werk was die vorige maand moes daar om vir ons te kon sê ons moet uit die kleemond wat die wit mense getou daar kom intrek. Ek het nie geweet dat so gou wees.
Maar my ons hoef nie nou daaroor te praat nie. Ek weet hoe seer maak het van.
Nee, is alright my kind. Een of ander tyd dan moet jy het hoor.
Maar ons hoef het regtig nie nou te doen nie, mami.
Nee, my kind. Jy is nou mooi groot. En jy begin nou die goedes raak te sien veral daar waar die grote was het. Deel van ons history, deel van wie ons is.
Maar ook dan, mami.
Wat was het nog weer? O ja, daar had ek gesit 'n koesistes pak, moes nou ja, die koesistes gemaak vir die bazaar. Toe hoor ons die harde geklop aan die deur. Pa het gaan opmaak en my kom roep. Gesê die boere is daar om vir ons weg te vat. En hy warme olieliepel net so daar op die vloer laat val. Gevoel asof die wind uit my uitgeslaan is. Ek en jou pa daar. En ek gaan naar die sitkamer toe. Twee boere daar gesit. Daar van die sitkamer uit, kon ek hoor hoe die moer mense aan die pakken. Hy word verskuif na 'n ander nuwe buurt, Bontejebel. Hy het so mooi gesê nou, Bontejebel. Gesmiek vanochtend. Maar hou niks geweet het nie. Gesê ons kan gewilliglik in hy waai klim. Of hulle sal geweld moet gebruik. Ons kon nie so goed oppak nie. Ek was nog besig om 'n sakkie te pak, toe hoor ek hier 'n moeder in die sitkamer. Die boere het op haar Piet gehad. Want hy was mos maar harrig jou pa, né? Jy weet mos hy was harrig. Hy het gesê, niemand gaat vir hom uit sy huis uitsit nie. Uit ons huis uitsit nie.
Ja, nou, mami.
Ek het vir hulle gesmiek om hom te los. Hulle was heel strong. Hulle het vir hom in die sambokpiet gehad. En vir hom geslaan. Hoor. En toe vat hulle nog 'n sambok daar uit. Ek het ook bakry. Wat moet ek doen? Vat hulle hy sambok en 'n slag vir my ook. Ek het geskree en gesmiek en gebid en gehuil. Hulle het my daar by my hare uitgetrek. En al wat ek by my gehad het was hy klein tassie wat ek gepak het. 20 jaar in daai huisie van ons en al wat ek daarvoor kom wys is een klein beek. Hulle het ons in hy geel wa gesmit asof ons diere was wat hoeke toe gevat moes word. Ek het jou pa daar agter hy wen en gesit. En soos ek daar gesit en hy het hier hy twee boere daarvoor gesit en lag. Ek het hy presies woorde daar agter in hy wen gesien. Die liewe is so onrechtvaardig, mami. Ik wil je pa gezien. En weet je wat? Jouw pa heeft mijn hand gevat zo. My so aan die oor gekyk. En hy het gesê, ou son, die Here weet wat hy doen. Alles gebeur vir 'n rede. Ons moet maar net gaan waar die wind ons waai.
Ja, mami. Ek het geweet julle het dit swaar gehad. Maar ek het nie geweet dit was so swaar nie. Maar Daddy was ook daarom een wise man, hè? Hij heeft altijd gewild dat om te zeggen.
Ja. Hij was al voorloper hier in die bonte, jawel, hè? Alles gedaan om zeker te maken. Onze mensen krijgen justice.
Nee, ik weet, mami. Kan mami nog een hoe Daddy destijds voor zijn foto's geweest heeft van hoe hij net zo snel als een Mandela wou geweest heeft.
Oh ja! Hamata!
Nou, weer!
Ja, voet! Je gaat trots zijn. Maar wat mij zo hartstikke maakt, my kinders, alles wat jou pa voor bekleed mors, die van je gaan mosten nou op. Je zit toch zwaar gekregen onder die boeren en nou krijg je zwaar onder die gangsters.
Nee, ik weet, mami. En hij zoekt om ik op die TV wil wees. Maar ik wil onze mensen de stories vertellen, man, mami. Alles wat Daddy beginnen, gaan ik klaarmaken.
Hij is zo trots op jou geweest.
Ik beloof van mami. Ik ga van mami en van Esther hier uitkrijgen. En ons gaan lekker leven zonder die violence en die drugs en die constant gedak en gedaai. En ons gaan nooit weer hoeven te worry oor geld nie. En ons gaan nooit weer deur 'n wit mens geroep word nie.
Jy sal my kind. Jy sal.
Esther! Esther! Esther!
Sy is terug.
Ja? Waar was jy dan?
Ek het gelê. Ek moet seker sê ek het langs gevat. Maak er nou jou oggend skoon. Noem my se mamma Esther's Cleaning Services.
Maak jou boeta broodjie, man.
Sien jy die stette, dan as aan nou. Gaan maak jou eie
Jo, sy is ook daarom lekker verloren, hè? Maar sy weet dan moeg maak ek iets by die community center, man. Maar weet jy, ek moes vandag vir hulle 'n nuwe poem geleer. Die Here het geskommel.
Ek het op die jare toe geskommel.
Nie daai skommel.
En hier dog ek houlier dan daar. Ek sou net slaan my sommer.
En wat het jy jou dag gemaakt?
Schoongemaakt.
En?
Schoongemaakt.
En?
En niks, hoe kom dat?
Jo, ek vraag maar net.
Sy terge dan ook van my.
En sy is nou so jou defensive.
Ek is die defensive.
Is iets fout?
Niks, jo.
Jo, sy is mos nou sommer rou.
Ek sê maar net.
Esther, wat soek jou skoolkousie? As die mense mos nou hier inkom, dat dink hulle ons is vlak.
Op vraag. Sy sien my pa nie.
Ek sê maar net vir jou, die conversation is nog nie verby nie.
Wat ek wil.
Nou, mami. Geef maar van mij. Ja, sorry.
In die kamer, hoor.
Ja, mami.
Hey. Ja, wat ek. Slechte dinge veroorsaak. Dat ons nou nog moet zwaar krijgen. Jy kon al veel geweest het in je leven, maar dan moet de mens nog steeds elke dag vrees voor jouw leven.
Ja, Nina. Mami kom ze maar zo'n woon bereizen.
Ja, ik is nou zo moe van elke dag zo'n geschieterij. Maar Meneer Mayeko, aflaat die middag. Aflaat my. Hoe hou ek dit uit? En nou moet ek sê, dat is maar soos die wind die waai, meneer.
Meneer de Blanc is graven, man.
Toch zo nederig, man. Ja, dan merk je elke dag. Dat die alle wat mensen zo diezelfde is, man. Elke ochtend als we daar bij zijn huis. En komen er zijn huisje voorbij. Kijk ik zo allemaal wat mensen zijn. Dan denk ik aan onze kleine huisje hier zo. Dan denk ik, na zoveel jaren van dat pad, moet onze mensen nog steeds dialoog. Maar de mensen wat daar taboe, nou, alle wordt met gouden lippen in die pikken geboren.
Dat is waar, maar misschien.
Nou ja. Die man wat ons heeft, moet ons dankbaar voor de jaren wees. Maar genoeg geprikkel gekraakt.
Ik versta niet altijd zo mooi.
Meisje. Die dag toen ik weer boeren van mij en voor je pa. Daarachter had hij een heel weentje en gesmeten. Wou ik niks verstaan. Heel tijd het ik voor hem gevraagd. Jara, hoe kom je leven zo unfair? En toe hulle vir ons hier kom afgooi het hier by hierdie einste klein huisetje. Hier binne aan die boontiebel. Het jou pa vir my gesê, Sat. Dis nie op die eens. Hier gaat ons voor ons family begin. Ons het 'n family.
Al het die duis vir ons verkeerd geval.
Dankie Nathalie Lottering, Zenobia Kloppers en natuurlijk Miguel Harris. Ek dink dit is baie goed dat 'n mens nog steeds iets waarvoor sekere mense al moeg is sogenaamd. Die kijker nog steeds herinner dat die impak van ons geskiedenis aanhoudend gaan aanhou gebeur elke keer as daar 'n krisis is. Soos die COVID-19 pandemie of die ekonomie of enige ander iets gaan al daai beserings weer herhaal. Totdat daar uiteindelik iets skuif. Dit is vir my duidelik uit die uittreksel. Maar wat jy ook reg gekry het is om spanning te bou. So as jy nie omgee nie, wat gebeur hierna?
Ek gaan nie te veel weggee nie, want Rafiek gaan seker check. Maar ek sal dit in konteks vir julle sit. So die eerste toneel waar ek nou die Here het geskommel en Sanna kom in en sy praat met my. Daai is die heel eerste toneel van die vollengte stuk ook. So die vollengte stuk begin so En dan begin dit so want dit wys waarna Alfred op pad is en hy is nou op recess, so hy is by die huis, dat hy swat mos by die universiteit, maar die skoolvakansie, so dis ook eerster by die huis is en hulle ma werk nou. So daar is nou ons daily morning ritual, ons maak nou klaar in die oggend, want ek gaan nou community center toe, Sanna gaan nou gaan werk by meneer Blanche huis, en Esther is hier by die huis en sy is die kind, so sy gaan die huis skoonmaak, want sy gaan nie by die huis sit en niks doen nie.
Maar Esther is scary.
Esther is baie scary. Esther is 'n slakkie. So, dan is dit nou die hele eerste scene en daar was net om die relationships te establish en so en om te sien hoe die ma 'n verwantskap het met Alfred en hoe die verwantskap verskil wat sy dan met Esther het. En die tweede scene wat in die uittreksel was, die tweede en die derde scene vind na mekaar plaas in die teks, so dit kom van uit die middel van die teks uit. So na die eerste scene is daar 'n scene waar dit net Esther is en Lionel. So Lionel kom kuier vir Esther en dan gee sy vir Esther 'n pakkie tik. En hy gee vir Esther 'n pakkie tik en hy wil hê Esther moet dit vir haar broer gee sodat hy dit kan gaan verkoop by die universiteit want hy hoor daar's 'n groot market vir sulke tipe goed onder die studente. En dan sit sy nou met die pakkie in die huis en Lionel gaan weg en dit is ook om haar swoelkous ook dan daar is. In die oorspronklike teks sal ons 3 banke het en dan sal sy haar swoelkous agter in die banke sit. Maar dit is ook om haar swoelkous daar is want sy was besig om die huis skoon te maak toe kon Lionel en haar moet nou gepump dis so sy moet die swoelkous afhaal en haar man moet nou sien sy lyk nou mashallah. So nou as sy nou dan vind ek nou die swoelkous en ek het probeer om universal elements wat soos color culture baie goed portret, soos die doilies en sulke goed en die swoelkous. Dit is goed wat ek nie groot geraak het en dit is goed wat ek glo aanklank vind by enige audience because if you want to make things broad, you need to work more specific. So ek het spesifieke elemente wat ek gebruik om spanning te bou, soos die pakkie tik en die swoelkous. En dan, toe ek en Rafiek nou gewerk het ons die element van in die oorspronklike teks, soos die vollengte teks, sal daar ook 'n skerm wees waar daar uitbeeldings gaan wees. So dit sal in die vorm van stils wees of in die vorm van videobeeldmateriaal en koerant uitknipsels en sulke goed. Maar dit is ook 'n baie ethnographic tipe stuk, want ek het baie van my, soos Alfred se karakter is gebaseer op my eie soos lewensverhaal basically, en dan, omdat ek familie het wat in Bonte wil bly en so, het ek baie van hulle stories ook gekry en hoe hulle ontwikkel het en hoe apartheid vir hulle affect het, en ek wil alles daar op die beeld gesit het, sodat dit as amper soos 'n blik op die verlede, en hoe die juxtaposition plaasvind van wat nou in die moderne dag gebeur as alles as gevolg van wat in die verlede gebeur het, because we can't live in the now and recognize the now if we don't recognize the cultural trauma that came with the past. So daar was my baie belangrik en deur daai element en die temas wat ek behandel is klaar baie so spanningsvolle temas soos beelde geweld en dwelms en goed, jy weet iewers op 'n kol gaan iets verkeerd loop. So deur die temas te gebruik in universele mense soos die swoelkous en sulke goed te identify, het ek amper die twee goed parallel gesit sodat die spanning nie net in die tema uitkom nie, maar ook in die props en in die behavior en in die mannerisms van die karakters en ook dan die skerm wat julle nou gesien het.
Ek het ook baie gehou van die bantering, wat dan eintlik waar die inhoud basies goed sê soos die wit kinders met hulle karre, die wit mense met die huise en so en dat dit nie dat dit binne die teks is, daar is 'n soort van en saam met dit is daar 'n tipe bemoedigheid, nee, daar word nie gekla nie, val nie deur die maan nie, daar is 'n soort van ding. Maar dan wat ek nou vir jou wil vra is, daar word gepraat oor die universiteit of die kultuur by die kampus en so aan. Vind die pakkie tik dan sy pad na die universiteit toe? En wat gebeur dan?
As ek dit vir julle sê, gee ek my hele storie weg. Ja, so die pakkie tik maak nooit sy weg na die campus toe nie. Jammer Rafiek, ek gaan dit maar nou weggee en ek glo dat almal wat hier gaan sit, gaan nie volgende stuk om kyk wat dit speel. Maar
ons beslis Nicole, ons gaan nie Nicole kyk om dit nou vertel het.
Nee, maar die gunskoot wat julle aan die einde gesien het, preempt dan wat vir die res van die teks gebeur, waar Alfred word doodgemaak deur Lionel en sy manne, omdat Alfred wil nie na die scene wat julle nou gesien het van die swoelkous tussen Esther en Lionel, die klop wat aan die deur was as ons next door neighbor Anti-Beatrice. Nou Anti-Beatrice is een van die anties in die community wat baie hou van skinne en sy sien alles, sy soos die son. So sy klop nou. En ek gaan maak die deur oop en dan is dit nou 'n toneel waar ek en sy by mekaar is. Want dan vra sy vir my, maar hoekom het jy nie vir my vroeër gegroet nie? En dan vraag ik maar, hoe bedoel antibieten dan nou? Ik was dan bij de community center bij de kinders. En dan zei ze, maar hij is een man die is gekomen en ik schreeuw van mijn brouw en zij groet van mij mee. En dan wil hij nou weten maar wat zijn man was in die huisen. So zodra antibieten weggaan en dan het hy en Esther weer confrontation met mekaar. En hulle het 'n baie brotherly sister bond, want hulle is baie lief vir mekaar. Maar hulle is ook, want Esther gaan nou deur puberty en ek is nou al 'n groot kind. So daar's baie worsteling in terme van daai. Esther steek baie goed weg. En omdat ons nog saam groot geraak het, weet ek wanneer sy dinge van my wegsteek. So ek weet, toe ek die soorkou sien, toe moet daar klaar iets aangaan. En toe kom het ja, antibieten nog vir my as 'n man wat nou in die huis gekom het. So dan wil ek nog weet, maar wat 'n man was in die huis in Esther. En dan eventually, en dan kom sy nou uit met die sak patats dat Lionel was hier en hy wil hê, jy moet die pakket op die campus gaan verkoop. En zodra ik dat hoor, en dan als ze uit de werk kom, soos na die scene, en dan sê ek nou van my ma daarvan, en ons besluit maar ons gaan nou polisie toe, en antibities, ons hy freedom fighter, hy a man klang, go where to go. So sy voel dat ons gaan nou 'n march in die community reël, teen al die bende geweld en teen alles wat aangaan. En dit is ook dan waar die skerms inkom, want op die skerms gaan daar dan beelde gewys word van mense wat protest teen dwelmmisbruik, maar dit gaan 'n progressie wees van hierdie mense in die verlede teen apartheid geprotest het en hoe hulle dan nou teen bende geweld en sulke goed protest. En dan op die dag wat die march gebeur, gaan Alfred nou community center toe en Lionel kry snif van die lees deur Esther. So Esther gee haar familie se planne weg vir Lionel, want sy is baie lief vir Lionel, maar sy is ook baie lief vir haar familie, maar sy wil ook nou nie Lionel moet trom toe gaan nie, want Lionel is mos nou haar werk. So dan vind ek nou uit en ons reël nou die march en die dag as ek op pad is terug van die community center af op pad huis toe, dan word ek geskiet deur een van Lionel se manne, want hulle wil hê ek moet nou vir hulle uitdeur sodat hulle trom toe moet gaan nie. Maar daar gebeur ook 'n scene in die play waar Alfred en Lionel 'n direct confrontation met mekaar het, want Alfred loop in die huis en dan is Lionel skelmpies daar. So dan dit dreig Lionel vir Alfred en hy sê vir Alfred, ek gaan jou vrek maak en jy gaan sien, jy gaan nie maar poesaks doen, jy gaan nie dit, jy gaan nie daai nie. Maar alles daai het Alfred dan gerecord. So even na hy doodgaan, dan gaan Lionel nog steeds dronk toe, want die recording bly. Want Esther kry dan Alfred se foon en dan speel sy die recording vir Lionel. En dan na Lionel, Alfred doodgemaak word deur Lionel, dan besluit sy is nou klaar met Lionel. Sy gaan nou nie weer die lewe kies nie. So dan report sy nou die saak met haar ma en antibitie. En dan na Lionel tronk toe gaan, dan besluit sy wil 'n maatskaplike werker word, want sy wil hê dieselfde eels wat aan haar gedoen was, moet aan ander mense se kinders gedoen word.
Dankie Nicole. Dit is baie nice dat jy vir ons hierdie storie vertel. Ek dink ook dit is belangrik. Is daar enige vrae uit die gehoor? Daar is baie.
Ek het nou nie al jou werk gesien, maar al die ander werk van jou wat ek gesien het was heeltemal anders in terme van komies, amper klugtig. Het jy, en hierdie is 'n stuk wat jy lank terug geskryf het jou styl verander sedertdien, of dink jy, waarin voel jy, ek is net nuuskierig, waarin voel jy gemaklik, hoe sien jy jou, waar is jou natuurlike leefplek in teater?
Dit is eintlik 'n baie moeilike vraag, want dit was een van die eerste tekste wat ek geskryf het, voordat ek 'n tiener toneelteks geskryf wat ek nie baie trots op is, so jy lê maar net daar en nie laai. So dit was my eerste vollengte teks wat ek geskryf het. En in COVID, in die inperkingstyd, en toe, ek was eerste jaar daai tyd in drama, en ek was nie baie gemotiveerd nie, want om drama by die huis te doen online, moet jy nou monologies op 'n video record en instuur, en dit is nou nie baie lekker nie. En ek was nou altyd passievol oor skryf, en toe besluit ek, kom ek toe navorsing oor al die eels wat nou aangaan, en toe ek besluit ek skryf die teks, so dit is altyd vir my baie na in die hart, maar as 'n skrywer en as 'n teatermaker probeer ek om so divers as moontlik te werk, so dit is hoekom die is 'n baie drama, realisme tipe teks, en dan probeer ek myself expand in my skillset en in my skryfwerk. Dit is hoekom ek klugte skryf, dit is hoekom ek realisme skryf. Ek is versot op kinderteater, ek love dit om kinderteater te maak. En dan hou ek ook baie van absurde teaterstukke, want ek het nou 'n absurde teaterstuk ook geskryf, maar wat vir my baie belangrik is in my skryfwerk is om goeie navorsing te doen en dan ook te gaan kyk na ander mense se tekste, ander mense leer deur ander mense se werk ook te sien. So ek sal nie sê dat 'n spesifieke niche wat ek in werk het, want ek hou van myself position as 'n versatile theater maker. Ja.
Hello again. I would firstly just like to commend you on holding our historical narratives and as well as curating them with care, with sensuality, with love and kindness as well in a society that is working to remove itself from the collective amnesia that we all exist in. But now back onto your production specifically, is that from hearing from where your discipline and the mediums that you play in with it would be in its final explication and all its monies are within, will we be seeing such vast, what would the word be? Such complex imagery that was placed at the back? Would you consider the act of actualizing and materializing them as little artifacts throughout the entirety of the play?
Yes, thank you for that question. So, how the staging or the set design would look for the full-length script is everything will happen in the voorhuis of like Sana's huis now in Bontevel. So we're gonna have like rooi banke met toilets op en alles, and then we want to have like a TV stel there, like a TV cast met die 21st keys, en die hondjies en alles daar, en I moet klop toilets wees en dan moet 'n glaskassie wees net met glase en hy sê doemelise kaps en niemand vat aan hy nie. And then at the back, so we want 2 cassies on either side, and that is gonna frame the house, that is gonna frame the room that they are in. But then I'm also gonna work with screens, white screens. We just use this one now because this is all we had to work with. But we want to make the walls of the sitkamer in a sense with the screens. So then we're gonna project these images on the screens, but it's gonna be historical images and historical video material. And as the play progresses and as the impact of the past starts to internalize in the characters, and then the modern day stuff will come in of how it is impacting us currently. But then there's also elements of physical theatre in the script because there's not a scene where all the characters are on the stage. So what we are aiming to do is the characters that are not on the stage, because there's a lot of narration and there's a lot of storytelling, because the only way that we remember history as the new generation is through the stories that our mothers and our grandmothers have told us. So that is what I also wanted to incorporate in this play. I wanted to keep it very raw, very innate to the storytelling methods. So to support that visually, what we aim to do is the screens that are going to serve as the where the projections will be on. Sometimes there will be no projections, but there will be shadow movements in the form of physical theatre behind the screens that embodies the narration that is going on through the characters. And like there's the scene where Lionel is arrested perhaps. You never see that scene, but it is narrated and then it happens on the screen. Like you get a voiceover of the policeman saying that he's arresting Lionel, and then like there's going to be physical theatre elements that will be incorporated when Lionel is arrested. So that is like how we aim to bring up the external images into this house, because this house in itself is very safe and it's very like gekoest en alles wat buite aangaan, but we want to show that external factors play into this house.
All right, Nicole, thank you so much. Baie dankie, julle kan vir my klap. Ons het dan aan die einde van Teksmark gekom en ek dink dit was 'n fantastiese 3 dae. Om die amptelike afsluitings te begin, roep ek nou die artistieke direkteur van die KKNKK, Hugo Theart.
Sure. I'm a little bit overwhelmed by the past 3 days. Ik denk elke jaar, ik denk of deze histories gaan ergens opbouwen. Of misschien gaan de creativiteit opbouwen. En ik doe niet. Ik denk 3 jaar was mij bijzonder inspirerend. En er is zoveel van die werk. So wat ik weer mee wil beginnen, dat is baie keer wat ons aankondigings maak, direct na Teksmark. En ons het gesels en daar is soveel vennote hierso dat ons nie vandag spesifieke enige aankondigings gaan maak.
Want daar's te veel gesprekke wat moet gevoer word en ek dink daar's te veel van die tekste wat potensiaal het om wat miskien 'n bietjie langer tyd nodig het om ontwikkel te word of wat jy weet wat verskillende vennote gaan moet inkom om dit moontlik te maak. So daar's 'n paar gesprekke wat ons moet hê voor mense regtig met oorgawe en sekerheid aankondigings kan maak. Ek dink ek het dit vroeër gesê wat my regtig wat my wonderlik is om te sien is dat daar die verskillende stemme en die braafheid van skrywers, die feit dat ons wegbeweeg van die vreeslike egotistiese ek self onderwerpe na 'n baie breër tipe van uitkyk. En dit maak my regtig opgewonde vir wat voorlê vir teater die volgende 2 jaar. En ek dink die skrywers is die mense wat bepaal wat op ons verhoor gebeur. Dit is die stories wat hulle vertel en wat hulle skryf wat ons uiteindelik kan na kyk en kan opvoer. Ek het 'n paar bedankings wat ek wil doen. Ek wil eerstens die paneel wat deur 110 inskrywings, bietjie meer is dit, gelees het en gewerk het en deurdagte kommentaar geskryf het. Dit is nie maklik om 'n keuse te maak om net 'n paar stukke te kies nie. Elke jaar dan sê ons, hierdie jaar gaan ons nou minder tekste kies. Ons gaan net 10 opvoer. En dan kom jy en dan is jy nou maar weer by 18. Daar is te veel goeie werk wat inkom en werk wat 'n mens graag wil sien. So ek wil baie dankie sê vir die paneel. Ek dink meeste van hulle is hierso. Manny Manham. Waar sit jy, Manny? Daarso. Manny, thank you so much for jumping in this year. It was so incredible to have your voice, your experience. I think a lot of the classic works in South African theatre, you're the beginning point, the starting point. You gave many people, many writers, many directors, many actors their first chance. And to have your voice and your insight was incredible. So thank you so much. Special applause to you. En Saartjie Botha, baie dankie. Jy is besig om 'n fees te reël wat binnekort gebeur oor 'n maand. So baie dankie dat jy tyd gemaak het om weer daai tekste te lees en ook sulke waardevolle terugvoer te gee. Ilse Oppold, waar's jy? Ekskuus, die lig is in my oor. Ilse, dit is lekker dat ons jou uiteindelik weer na die Kaap toe kon lok en dat jy hier is. Ilse, jy het al 'n paar keer vir ons op verskillende maniere geëvalueer en die tipe van terugvoer en die deeglike terugvoer wat jy gee is nie net waardevol vir die skrywers nie, maar ook vir ons. En die deernis waarmee jy dit doen is ongelooflik. Ek so baie dankie daarvoor eerstens en tweedens, jy weet ek het gesê ek is daai brakkie wat so gaan hap. Ilse, ons wil baie graag weer 'n teks van jou sien. Wanneer gaan jy vir ons skryf? Dankie Ilse. En dan ook Jody Abrams, wat nou nie vandag hier is nie. Dankie Jody vir jou terugvoer ook. Dan vir iets soos Teksmark om te gebeur, is daar Teksmark is 'n idee en dis 'n projek, maar ons kan dit nie doen sonder baie mense se betrokkenheid nie. Natuurlik al die skrywers wat hulle werk instuur wat dan uiteindelik hier die wat gekeer word, hier sou hulle self blootstel en dit is maar, it's a very vulnerable space. It's very vulnerable to present your work. So thank you for your courage. Thank you for sharing your stories. And it's so incredible to see certain voices that we've seen plays before, we've seen and how you are shaping, how it's growing. And then also for the veterans involved, the people who don't need necessarily a platform. Thank you for also allowing yourselves to be part of this experimental space. It is incredible and so valuable for young writers, more experienced writers, actors, directors, to be in the same space, to work together, to experiment together, and to share ideas, to share knowledge, to share experience. thank you for everyone, for all the writers especially, for participating in this. And congratulations. Ek dink dis 'n platform wat dan op die fokus skuif na die skrywers toe. So die akteurs en die regisseurs kry nie hier soveel aandag nie. Maar dit is ook nie maklik dink ek vir 'n akteur om jy weet 'n paar rehearsals te hê en dan op 'n verhoog te moet kom en jy weet net vinnige voorlesing te doen nie. Dit is ook braaf. Dit is en ek is so dankbaar dat as ek kyk na die van die akteurs wat nog op universiteit is tot akteurs wat so ervare is in die bedryf en almal spring net elke jaar in en ek is net verbaas oor die mense wat ja sê en wat deelneem en wat met oorgawe deelneem en met soveel vreugde te doen. Baie dankie vir julle want sonder julle kan ons nie die voorstaan sê nie en dankie vir julle moeite en tyd. Die skrywers wat hier ons waardeer. I think it's really important that we have more experimental spaces like this, where we can test ideas, where we can talk to each other, where we can talk about all the different subjects that we don't get an opportunity to do necessarily at a festival or at a theatre. It's a space where we can really share and be comfortable and explore. I wish we had, I know overseas there's specific theatres that only do new plays and play readings, and here with theatres and festivals we need to be everything for everyone, and I think everyone is trying their best to be that. But a very good example, before I go there, I just want to say that it's also, I want to thank all the partners, the producers, the partners. There's some of them that couldn't be here, but they were following via the streaming, who are invested to look at the new plays, who are invested to see where are the new opportunities, where are the new voices, where are the good plays of and ideas that need to be developed, and who would like to participate and who would like to partner. And thank you for your time and effort. I'm not going to mention names now because I'm going to leave people out, but to all the festivals that are here represented and the theatres and independent producers, thank you for your time as well. Without you, none of the plays can go further. We need that money. We need the funding. So thank you. Before I introduce and thank two very important people, I would also like to say there is another platform that has grown over the years, and it's called the Premier Festival, which is done at the University of Stellenbosch. I had the privilege this year of being on a panel there, and I saw incredible work. It really gave me new inspiration of a younger generation that has got something to say and that are also experimenting, exploring, and doing new work. One of these plays were chosen as, there were 3 winners that evening at the Premier Festival, and one of these plays, The Old Man and His Dog, and the Dog, the old man who had a dog, who thought he had a dog, sorry, the old man who thought he had a dog. There we go. I still think they need to change the title, they're giving it all away. But will be shown at the Breakfast in October as part of that winning prize. But there were 3 really incredible works, and I just want to use this opportunity to just announce, and I think some of you are here. Well, I know Nicole Harris is here, and I think, Tanya, are you here? Yeah, Tanya is also here. So we will officially email you and let you know. But The Old Man Who Thought He Had a Dog and Incarnations of Sand, which was done by Daniel Schultz, and then farce called Suwala Kasam by Michael Harris. We'll also get an opportunity with the support of NATi and the Art Café to have a run at the KKNKK next year. We can only do that with the support of the
the sponsors to give young people also an opportunity to be represented at the festivals and in theatres. All right. The Baxter-teater is a very important space to us. It's a very special place to me. It's a theatre. We had a conversation earlier this year, or earlier this week. A theatre is supposed to be a very lively, welcoming space. It's supposed to be a space that people can come to at 8 o'clock in the morning and be here and hear like the voices of rehearsals happening, eat something, maybe go to a bookshop, go to just have a drink with friends, and also go and see the shows. It needs to be a space where we feel welcome. And in South Africa, I find that a rarity that we feel welcome at theatres. But at the Baxter-teater, we always feel welcome, and it's always alive. There's always something happening everywhere. And this is and I want to congratulate Lara Foot and your whole team of what you've created here over the past few years, and for hosting Teksmark here as part of the festivities and what you are creating here, giving opportunities to so many people, so many new plays, so many different voices in our society. So thank you for what you are doing, because I think you do know a little bit of how great it is and what influence you are having. But for him and Lara, who's sitting here now, it is special what you're doing, and what you are building here will have an impact for the next few decades. So congratulations, and thank you for welcoming us here at the Baxter every year. Thank you. I'm going to come back to the Baxter. I just want to say, without funding, we can also not present a project like this. And from the beginning, NATi, the Nasionale Afrikaanse Theater Initiative, has been involved as an instigator of the project, a supporter of the project, and supports us financially to be able to host this event. So to Cornelia Faasen and your whole board, thank you for everything that you are doing for Afrikaans theatre, but also for theatre in a much bigger scope. Baie dankie. Ek hoef nie eers, ek dink almal weet wat julle doen en hoeveel julle doen. I would love to introduce Lara Foot now. Lara, if you can maybe come to the stage, and whilst she's coming to the stage, I just want to say it's wonderful for a theatre to also give a space to us and to offer to us technical support and all of that. But they did not only commit to giving us the space and to use the facilities, they also contribute financially to Teksmark. And that is incredible, because we know how tight budgets are. I quickly want to thank the technical team. Thank you so much. Our streaming team, thank you for sitting patiently and going live on time. And then Lizanay Basson, where are you? They organized everything, they handled everything, they were basically a two-man team on this. I had very little to do with it. Congratulations on organizing a fantastic event. You are incredible. En mag jy nog baie lank, jy en JC, by die KKNKK bly. It is now for me a great privilege to hand over to Lara Foot to say a few words. Lara, thank you so much for everything.
Afternoon, everyone. Is it afternoon? Yes, yeah. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here at Teksmark. I'm trying to think, which year is this? You hope about 8th year. Wow, we're going to have to do something big for the number 10. Yeah, just thinking on the way here of the story, I was honored to be Sir Peter Hall's protege about 20 years ago in the Rolex Arts Initiative. And I had to shadow him for about a year. And as you know, he's the big text man. So he did the first printers, the first Waiting for Godot in English. He started the Royal Shakespeare Company. So he was a director that was very much behind text. And so I shadowed him, and he had a number of assistants, and he hardly noticed me for a couple of months. And I was getting frustrated, didn't really engage with me, and at some point he read one of my plays. Actually, it was Tsapang. And he suddenly engaged with me, suddenly so interested, and took me everywhere, he talked to me all the time. And he said, you know, Lara, directors are a dime a dozen, which I don't really believe, but this is what he said. Directors are a dime a dozen, but great writers are very rare. And I thought about that a lot. I mean, I'd probably consider myself a director first, but with everything starts with a fantastic text. You know, even if the text has no words, there's a text, there's a through line, there's an arc. And there are very few initiatives that support great text in this country. And so I really believe in this Teksmark, and it's so important for the industry, you know, to have that elevation of a writer, of great writing and inspiration, and raising the bar of imagination and intellect. You know, so it's about form and structure, and only a great writer can bring that to the stage. And it's not about kitchen, you know, kitchen kind of dialogue or Kardashian kind of dialogue. It's about elevated dialogue, and in that way we have to support the writers. And the only other place, actually two places I've seen or initiatives that I've witnessed where such a week or a journey would happen, like as in Teksmark, is once in Ireland, Culture Island, led by the NAC, and all the selectors from the NAC panel, believe it or not, come and they take part in such an event, and they present half an hour per play, and they fund that presentation. Something I wish we did here, but you know, Hugo's doing it, so fantastic. And the other place is Zabalaza, our Zabalaza development program. So we have about 5 mini festivals around the communities every year, and each project presents 10 to 15 minutes. And it's a similar situation, and my next dream is for us to come together and bring Zabalaza into this network of theatre festivals, because they've also been around for a long time. They're doing great work. So long may we continue with Teksmark, and I hope it grows, and thank you to all the writers, and I hope your work gets made and produced, and keep writing. Thank you.
Ek gaan sommer gou die geleentheid vat om te sê ek wil net dit was my heerlik om hierdie jaar ook 'n projek te vat om die hele event te host. Dit was finansiële dit is. Ek kom cheap. Dit was wonderlik om vir Gebouws Meyer hierdie jaar te hê as the host of the event. Gebouws, thank you for a wonderful job. En dan die laaste woord van die dag, laat ons oor aan Cornelia Faasen.
Dankie, Hugo. Lara and Hugo said everything about the writer that I also wanted to say, so I won't repeat that. But I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank the writers. It's such a vulnerable thing to sit here and talk about your work and open yourself up to these lights and people asking you questions and asking difficult questions. And I normally like to think at the end of Teksmark, what was the theme that came out this year? But this year for me, it wasn't so much a theme as a feeling of of pride for being part of this community. And for the directors and the actors, this is very daunting. I can't see a thing. So I really feel what you were going through the last 3 days. The sense of community, that people do their best on behalf of other people so that their work can shine. And it's such a privilege to be part of this community. I do want to thank the KKNKK, Hugo, JC, and specifically Lizanai for all the work that you do on this project, for the enthusiasm, Hugo, that you still have after 8 years. And I think we can start planning number 10 and make a big splash. Thank you to all the festivals that we here. Thank you to Kabos, who did a magnificent job, I think. Thank you to the producers, to the people watching online, to the panel. My twin sister, I showed you the picture earlier. My twin sister sent me a picture this morning, and she's in Rwanda as a ceremony for naming baby gorillas that are born there in the forest. And she sent me a picture, and she's like, oh, Idris Alba's here, because he's going to name one of the gorillas. And I'm like, well, Manny Manning is here, so I will. And I was so struck by the sense of these veterans who give up their time, and then the people who've done Teksmark a few years, like Philip, and you still come back, and then we see people like Andy, who's come through Teksmark a few years, and it's just so wonderful to be here and see how much people give of themselves. And then I have an announcement to make. So for many years since we started, we've had requests from festivals, theatres, people, audience members who live in the northern part of the country who say, but we also want a Teksmark. And obviously it's expensive, and without the help of the Baxter, it's definitely not possible. But my board recently decided to give us a little bit of extra money so that we can have a similar kind of script development project in the north, which will take place in November this year. And we are open to partners, so if people want to trek up with us to the north to help with that project, that would be fantastic. So watch this space. We're going to have another text development project. And then, just finally, I also want to thank my board, who are incredibly passionate about what we do, and who, no matter what I tell them we're going to do next year, they just always say, if the theatre wins and if our artists are winning, then we are winning. And that's really their philosophy. So thank you to my board, and thank you to everyone that was here.
Soos 'n kampvuurkonsert. Ja, Jessie, dankie vir al die bedankings. Julle is seker al baie moeg vir my. Maar ek dink dis 'n fantastiese dag om te eindig. Dis 'n baie goeie tyd om te eindig. Julle kan die verkeer mis en waar ook al julle gaan, miskien 'n lekker glas wyn of iets skink. But I also know that some of you are going to work again tonight and rehearse and all of that. And that's where we found our energy. So good for us, good for you. Dis 'n baie groot voorreg om deel te wees van hierdie bedryf. Ek wil dan net ook persoonlik vir JC en vir Lizanai baie dankie sê en die KKNK. Dis baie lekker om saam met julle te werk. Baie dankie.